And hello to everyone out there today. It is I, Aksayomi. Hello everyone, it's good to see you today. And I hope you're doing well. I am feeling... I'm feeling okay right now. It's been a very long couple of weeks. And I feel a little tired, and a little worn down. I feel okay though. I'm definitely trying to take my time today to just... That's why it took a little bit, it's why I'm starting a little bit later today, because I'm like, I'm gonna take some time in order to like rest. And then I can, because it's like, I can easily just get back into this, like, whatever game I'm playing later, like, at that time, so. Also I have a bit of like, a passion game that, maybe not a passion game, but there's definitely like a game I've been hyper fixating. There we go. That's the word I'm thinking of. And actually having a lot of fun just kind of fucking around with it. Right. Sorry. Brain is being very brain right now. I'm actually playing a classic game that was remade. Let's see. When was the actual game? Okay, hold on. I'm gonna be very vague about it, and then I'll actually talk about like what game this actually is. This is a game that this is a game that originally came out back in like 2001. I remember playing this game, and it was really hard and kind of janky in how it worked, but I really enjoyed, like, I remember really liking it and, like, the goofy-ass story that went with it. The remake has actually been, honestly kind of like, it definitely has a lot of quality of life stuff, and it's just as hard. Like, early on, shit can fuck you up if you're not careful. But the game in which I am talking about is a cute little game called Gothic. So there's this, so they actually have Gothic Remake. And it's actually kind of nice. It's just a cute little game. Really been enjoying it thus far. Playing through it, just kind of going through the motions with it of playing through certain, like, you know, just having a good time with it so far. I don't think. Hopefully the game continues to be pretty good. Hopefully I don't learn anything awful about it. I will be very sad if I do. Because so far it's been a lot of fun. Magic has also been a lot of fun. It's also really funny how to restore, like, essentially your magic in that game. Well, there are, like, mana potions and, like, certain, like, herbs that you can eat that can increase your magic, but then there's also... There's also this thing called swamp weed that people seem to enjoy rolling it up into basically a joint and smoking it. So, being a mage, you're basically just like casting fireballs and just blazing it while you're going and doing that. And so I just find it really funny that you're just literally this high mage just being like, just having the best time of your life, essentially, and being like, fun game. Combat's really hard. It's definitely a game that you have to be kind of have to plan out what you're doing with it in order to probably be very efficient. I certainly am not doing this the first time. probably put my points into things that I'm like, well, that's stupid for me to do. It also doesn't help that, like, you literally don't get any armor until you actually join a faction, essentially. You can theoretically get armor before then, but it's so stupidly expensive. And trying to, like, buy items in the game is kind of hard. Trying to sell items in the game is also hard, because not everything's really worth that much. It feels like a lot later on is when you probably could actually start making money, and it's just like, well, yeah, the game kind of keeps you really intentionally poor until way later on. I'm still trying to figure out, like, how do I make money? And the game is just, like, laughing at me, being like, haha, what is money? And it's just like, I know I'm talking about this game, but I'm totally not playing this game. I'm going to be playing Ace Attorney, because I don't really like playing games that... I don't like playing games like that, which have a very, like, difficult feel to it, that I'm like, I have no idea what I'm doing. So... I would rather just play... I'd rather play games like this, where... Or not, well, I mean, not this specifically, but, like, I'd rather play, like, Ace Attorney, where it's just, like, it's just a logics game, and you're just trying to figure things out, versus, like, I'm trying to not die to a lot of bullshit. That's just legitimately how I feel. I'm like, I just don't want to die to bullshit as I'm, like, curled up in a ball and just, like, crying. Luckily, the game allows you to save a lot, so it's just kind of like, you can kind of just save however often you feel like, and just be like, okay, here's attempt number 5 of just, like, trying to get through. So, like, there's one area where it's, like, goblins, but it's just not normal goblins. It's, like, goblin plus, and there's, like, 30 of them in this cave, and I have to use my magic to kill them, because my magic is what is, like, my heavy damage dealing right now. Like, I didn't invest that much into, like, my arm strength or bows. It's like, oh, no. I have to keep using magic, so I'm legitimately, like, casting all these fireball spells, trying to kill all these different fucking little bastards. And, like, using so many resources so that I can have... So, like, I'm, like, legitimately, like, going through, like... I'm, like, literally, like, at this point, my character has a smoker's voice at this point. It's like, I'm going through, like, 2 packs a day, minimum, trying to keep my maging. like, this, I'm over here being like, I have a problem. And the wildlife is so aggressive. It's like, it makes me cry. Oh, I need to... It's fun, though. What's funny enough, like... Hold on. Love the music to this game. Holy crap. Funny enough, I feel like this is a game that, I feel like it's a game Spacey would like, because it is a bit of a challenge. And you have to be careful. Like, you could easily get overwhelmed and just get killed off if you're not careful. He's definitely better at, like, combat things than I am, so I'm willing to bet that he could probably make, like, the comboing stuff in that game work better than I can, which I'm like, ugh. Alright. We need to continue. Turnabout Reminiscence. It's time to continue on to episode 4! Episode 4, Turnabout Reminiscence. Kei Faraday, a young lady who calls herself the second Yatagarasu. The piece of cloth that she conjured up has taken me back to many years ago. 7 years earlier! Oh, God. at him! Look at that cute judge. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. I did it. I killed the guy. But it was the great thief Yatagarasu that told me to... I asked the defendant, just what exactly are you trying to say? Don't you get it? I know that you're the name of the Yatagarasu. The Yatagarasu is the man standing over there at the prosecutor's bench. Are you saying that I'm the Yatagarasu? Don't you dare deny it! You told me to kill him when you snuck into the embassy. Are you claiming that Mr. Faraday is the Yatagarasu? Yes, Mr. Real, I think we've heard just about enough out of you. Your Honor, please listen to me. I'm telling the truth. You gotta believe me. In accordance with the defendant's accusation, a new prosecutor shall be called to replace Mr. Faraday. This court will be in recess until the new prosecutor is ready. That's never stopped us before. September 10th, 3:20 p.m. District Court, 3rd floor lobby. It's almost time for me to enter the courtroom. And so it is that my first assignment as a prosecutor will be as a replacement for a prosecutor who has been accused by the defendant. Edgeworth. Sir.
Have you read over all the documents regarding this trial?
I mean, he literally has, like, deep, manly voice. Yes, sir. I've memorized everything there is to know.
Very good. The paperwork for the prosecutor's substitution is just about complete. Edgeworth, always bear in mind that as your mentor, I, Manfred von Karma, will accept nothing short of perfection.
I understand, sir. To have the chance to stand in court at such an early stage in my career, I am honored and proud.
As I have watched over your studies, I am giving you this very rare chance. Prove yourself. Crush the defendant's pathetic lies into oblivion.
Yes, sir. That such a legendary prosecutor will be watching and judging my performance. I have to be perfect in every way.
Today's trial should have ended in just 1 minute.
Because the defendant was picked up by the security camera, correct?
Exactly. The killer had the gall to say that he only killed because he was instructed to do so. Even more outrageous is his claim that the case prosecutor, Bern Faraday, gave the order. Faraday is such a fool. He's been cornered by his very own prey.
Sir, are you an acquaintance with Mr. Bern Faraday?
He's a pathetic man who speaks nothing but nonsense.
Nonsense?
He once tried to explain to me a way of punishing those who cannot be brought to court.
Those who cannot be brought to court? That is nonsense, for no man is above the law. We're gonna let that sink in for a minute. No man is above the law. You know, yeah. There certainly are some people that need to be reminded of this.
Well, there are always a few exceptions.
Shut up. You're the reason we have these problems, Manfred. You're the reason...
However, there is no reason to even deal with such individuals. A prosecutor is a guardian of the court, one with no obligation to outside matters.
Thus, there's no reason to deal with such individuals, I see.
Edgeworth, disgracing yourself as Faraday has
Just disgracing yourself as Faraday has will not be forgiven. Sorry, I can read. Have no fear, I will not let you down, sir. In place of the accused prosecutor, Byrne Faraday, I'll prove the defendant's guilt.
Very good. I've secured an hour of recess for you to prepare to do just that. Show them all the power of Von Karma.
Today's trial.
So, have you achieved a firm understanding of the case?
Yes, sir. I've memorized everything that is written down in the case files.
Well then, explain the case to me. I want to see if you really know what you're talking about.
Understood. A murder was committed on September 8th in front of the Codopian Embassy. Codopian Embassy. The victim, Mr. And he works at an embassy. I mean, with a name like that, you're just really asking for it. Mr. Deedman was a staff member at the embassy. The defendant in this case, Mr. Mackrell, was held for questioning the night of the incident as he was deemed as suspicious. He was quickly placed under arrest for possession of the murder weapon, a gun. Furthermore, at the time of the murder, the great thief Yatagarasu had successfully infiltrated the Codopian embassy as well. At first, Real claimed that he himself was the Yatagarasu. He was killed by a fish, honestly. At least they didn't call him herring, so then he would be a red herring, but you know. But that he did not kill Dude Man. I wonder what he expected to gain from such a desperate lie.
It's possible that he wants to go down while in the spotlight if he is found guilty. There truly is no limit to people's inanity. But I digress. Continue, Edgeworth.
Yes, sir. During the trial, the prosecution presented the security footage that captured the murder. The footage clearly shows Mr. Real as the murderer. The act of Mr. Real firing the gun could be clearly seen from the visitors' gallery. Upon seeing that, the defendant retracted his statement and admitted to the murder. I did it because I was told to. By the real Yatagarasu Byrne Faraday.
That sounds about right. However, you've forgotten one thing. While this may appear to simply be the murder of a Codopian embassy staff member, people are actually referring to it as the second KG-8 incident.
The second KG-8 incident? I'm very sorry, sir. I fear I failed to study hard enough.
Well, even among the police, it's information that only a select few are privy to.
Would you please enlighten me, sir? Sir, what do you mean by the second KG-8 incident, and why do we keep referring to case numbers in such obscure ways? I swear to God that this series that I am perpetually trapped in continues to have this—
In order for me to tell you that, you must first learn about the original case. Take a look at these documents.
This is a 3-year-old newspaper. Reference materials regarding the KG-8 incident. I received them from my mentor.
You have heard of the Amano Group scandal before, correct?
Yes, I have. The secretary of Ernest Amano, the Amano's group director, was arrested under suspicion of smuggling.
Correct.
CCU? really? CCU?
CCU was an employee of the Amano Group, and the sole witness of the smuggling operation. It is she who brought the crime to light. However, Miss Yu was silenced before she could testify in court.
Wasn't a Kodopian embassy staff member arrested for the murder?
Yes, a Kodopian by the name of Manny
Cochin. Manny Cochin was the suspect.
However, due to a lack of evidence, the case went unresolved.
Lack of evidence?
If only I was in charge of the case, I would have done everything in my power to prove his guilt.
To make sure that all criminals are found guilty, my mentor really is dedicated.
Faraday was the prosecutor of the case then, and he was as pathetic as ever.
Mr. Faraday was in charge of the KG8 incident as well.
That's right. And now, once again, the victim of the case you are currently assigned to was someone who was scheduled to testify against that smuggling organization.
And just like last time, the victim was murdered right before he was to testify.
You're catching on. The victim was murdered just before his day in court against the smuggling organization. Events are occurring almost exactly the same way as they did in the KG8 incident.
So that's why it's being called the second KG8 incident.
Yes. Yet there's one difference between the two incidences.
What would that be?
The so-called noble thief that is sending everyone into an uproar. The great thief Yatagarasu.
Yatagarasu, I better find out more. If it is true that the Yatagarasu showed up at the Kodopian embassy, what could he or she have been after?
No doubt to steal these suspicious accounting records and release them publicly, or more likely to steal secrets from the Kodopian embassy itself, since the item that the Yatagarasu stole from there was sent to the police.
What was it that the Yatagarasu sent to the police?
I don't know the details. Anything related to the Yatagarasu is getting the top secret treatment. Still, I find it very ironic. By returning the stolen item to the police, it was proof positive that the Yatagarasu had infiltrated the embassy on the same day the staff member was killed.
Hi, Patchwork. How are you?
Criminals always have a way of incriminating themselves, wouldn't you say?
That would have to be the first time the Yatagarasu has left evidence behind, correct?
Yes, indeed. If you wish to learn more about the Yatagarasu, then I suggest you ask Faraday.
Mr. Faraday?
He happens to be the prosecutor in charge of the Yatagarasu case as well.
He's the prosecutor in charge of both the KG8 incident and the Yatagarasu case. Mr. Faraday really has a lot on his plate.
What is it, little girl?
Am I existing? Taking a break from games because I'm getting a little tilted. Tilted? Tell me all about the tiltingness of what games are causing you. Here to pester a panda now. I love being pestered though. Oh look, it's little it's the little Yatagarasu thief. You're scary, mister. Did you need something?
Wow.
I wanted to trade these coins with you. A fistful of dimes, quarters, and pennies, but it looks like you've exactly $1. Is this what you want? Thanks, that's exactly what I needed. Could that child be here to watch the trial?
How disrespectful for a child like that to be running around inside the courtroom. Does no one have respect for this country's judicial system anymore?
paperwork for the prosecutor's substitution is complete.
Why, do you even know how much time there is left before the trial resumes?
I'm sorry, sir.
I can have you mopping this courthouse instead of protecting it in an instant.
It's no bother, sir. Being completely prepared could prove to be a perfect handicap for me.
Proud one you are. You had better collect the evidence from Faraday and prepare yourself. It's time for your debut, Edgeworth.
I'm just trying to have fun in Dead by Daylight. Well, that was your first problem. Just getting ready for Jason, but everyone and their mother has decided it is time to be the sweatiest sweats to ever sweat, and I'm just like, I'm a weird cat on the internet, man. I just want to have fun. I'm sorry. Dead by Daylight is such a, like, game to me. I feel like the only way to ever have fun with it is to literally have, like, a group of people that you could just survive with and just be like, yeah, okay.
Just what is going on? Why isn't Faraday here yet? How is it possible the defense is not prepared yet either?
Bailiff, where's Mr. Faraday? I'm not sure. I wasn't really paying attention. He's walking. He actually can walk, chat. Ah, you must be the one Mr. Von Karma recommended. I hear this will be your first trial. I look forward to seeing how you perform. Oh, by the way, was there someone celebrating a birthday during the recess? I could have sworn that I heard a popper going off. Come to think of it, the other day with my grandson. So, it looks like the trial's about to resume, however...
Yes, it will be all but impossible to prove the witness a liar without the evidence from Faraday. What is that blasted buffoon up to?
It's an emergency, sirs!
Silence! There shall be no yelling in this sacred hall of laws. Bailiff, remove that man from the courtroom at once.
Please, wait! You have to listen to me! There's an emergency! Defendant lobby number 2, Mr. Faraday and the defendant! The two of them, they're both dead, Your Honor! What? What?
Stay back.
Oh God. Jesus Christ. He's like very strikingly different from almost everybody else that is drawn here. It's like, sir, are you in the right game? You seem to be drawn differently.
No one's allowed on the crime scene, period.
Just who does this oddball think he... Like, look at this. He's... It's just like... It's like, sir, shouldn't you be in like a noir, like, movie or something right now? This is becoming quite the hot spot. Especially Miss Rio's defense attorney.
Hey you, no run in the hallway, pal.
And who are you to tell me what to do? Never find out what's going on like this. It's time for some civil discourse. The sofa looks like it's seen far, but its fair share of use. It looks like another part of the courthouse is visible from the window. My eyes are blocked with my reflection's eyes in the barred window. As a student of Ankama, I refuse to back down. I've won. Okay. Excuse me, I'm going to look. A poster of the judge. There's a longer slogan of some sort on it in tiny letters at the bottom. Every strike of my gavel brings the truth closer to me and my hair further away. Is this a promotional poster for the court or a hair growth product? Young judges for justice. God. A fire extinguisher. If one were to be hit in the head with this, I suppose the victim would lose a memory or two. Not like that would ever happen. But it's not as though I'd ever be so foolish as to be struck with one of these. First, I need to get a handle on the situation. Perhaps I should talk to some people. Defendant lobby number 1 is through here. The incidents that took place in lobby number 2 next door. I should allow myself to be sidetracked like this. Better get a move on. A drink vending machine. Now it's not the time to be pondering what kind of drink I want. Interesting, they're selling special court-themed food products here. Many of them seem sort of troublesome and suspicious. Objection, I suppose? $6 Swiss roll, $9 beef jerky, an $8 ham sandwich, $7 corn dog, $7 glass of milk. Fast foods and milk. $9 orange juice. I hate everything here. Man, inflation really is just affecting everyone today, isn't it? And you, who, me? Hey, pal. It's common courtesy to tell someone your name first before asking theirs. Point taken. My name is Miles Edgeworth. I am a district prosecutor. Prosecutor? I've never seen a prosecutor as young as you, pal. I've told you my name. Now, would you mind telling me yours? Detective Dick Gumshoe, and just recently I achieved my dream of becoming a detective. More than a dream, it's what I was born to do. Wait, maybe I should check and make sure I'm not really in some crazy dream first. This detective is entirely too excited to be at a murder scene. So, Detective Gumshoe, would you mind telling me what you know about the incident? You know that I don't have to tell you anything, right? I know that, but it would behoove you to fill me in on what you know. Wow, you're a proud one for such a youngster, aren't you? Well, anyway, Detective Bad is the one in charge. Detective Bad? So you're just gonna have to ask him for all the details, okay? As for me, I was guarding the door of the defendant's lobby. To the defendant lobby number 2. So you were on guard detail. Did you notice anything strange while you were on duty? Well, I freaked out when I heard a gunshot, and then I kind of froze. I'm a detective, and a measly gunshot scared you that much? Edgeworth, you're being kind of mean. A gunshot should normally make anybody, like, scared when it's like, you're in a courtroom, you don't expect to hear it. Then again, I can hardly claim to not know what it's like to hear one at close range. Yeah, you bastard. Then Detective Bad came running to the scene. We went to lobby number 2 together, and both men were lying there dead. Is that everything? Yeah, that's it. I was in the hallway the whole time, but I didn't hear a single peep of a struggle. Interesting. Other than the gunshot, he didn't hear a single sound of commotion. Can I show you this? You mentioned that you've only recently became a detective, did you know? You got it. I'm a brand spanking new detective. So that means you've probably never seen a real prosecutor's badge, right? If you so desire to see one, I just might be able to make your day. You don't have to go through the trouble, pal, because a real man has a police badge. And someday I'm gonna become an ace detective, just like Detective Bad. Did I say something wrong, pal? Forget it, detective. I love you, Gumshoe. Do you have a minute? You know, I'm not really into talking to people I don't know. Especially at a time like this. I apologize for not introducing myself before bothering you. My name is Miles Edgeworth. I was to take Mr. Faraday's place in court. Edgeworth, huh? Never heard of you. So Faraday's substitute is a newbie, huh? I'll have you know, madam, that I studied under Manfred von Karma. Do not take me for some naive novice. Do not take me for some naive novice. So you're a student of Von Karma? I should know. Those clothes are a dead giveaway. Someone finally said it. Stop right there. These are the garments of one who gallantly presents the facts. Thanks for the great laugh, but try not to make me laugh so much, okay? I wasn't trying to do anything of the sort. Just kidding. I was just goofing around. By the way, do you know who I am? My name is Callisto Yu. Oh, Callisto. I'm sorry. Callisto Yu. And if you're telling the truth, then we were about to go head-to-head in court. But of course, I've heard much about you, Miss Yu. But of course, I have heard so much about you. You're a regular Shakespeare. Did I say something funny? I'd like you to update me on the situation. I don't really know anything. Why don't you try talking to those detectives over there? If that's the case, then why are you here? What's so funny? It's just that the way you speak is so tactless. The person I was going against in court until only a little while ago was just murdered. It's not like I could go back into the courtroom pretending as though nothing happened. That's a good point. I apologize for asking such an insensitive question. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Excuse me, but who are you? And why are you drawn so dramatically different than everybody else? Detective Tyrell Bad. Homicide. I was informed of the situation and came as quickly as possible. So, how did you arrive and inspect the body before me? Faraday requested for me to testify in the trial. Plain and simple. Mr. Faraday requested that you be here. I've already contacted HQ about the situation. I've got nothing to say to you, kid. Kid? I'm Mr. Faraday's substitute in today's trial. Therefore, I insist that you update me on the situation. Can't back down here. I have a right to know. Do I need to teach you a thing or two about how to talk to adults, kid? Is he threatening me? Is he going for his gun? It's just a mirror. How dare he trick me like that? Faraday was stabbed to death with some kind of blade, and he had a gun in his hand. The other man, a Mr. Mackerel, was shot and killed. He was found holding a bloody knife in his hand. Was there anyone else who went into the defendant lobby number 2? Yeah, that big lug over there, his name is Gumshoe. He was in charge of guarding the place. He's claiming that no one else entered the room. If that's the case, then they must have killed each other, correct? Maybe. Such impudence. This guy is really testing my patience. Why was I not informed that you were going to testify in court? Homicides aren't my only gig. The Yatagarasu case is also one of my assignments. So you were called upon to comment on the Yatagarasu's characteristics? In order to assess if Mr. Faraday really was the Yatagarasu or not? Well, looks like you just might have a brain after all in that head of your son. Son? I'm not your son, Pops. Miss Yu, there is someone here who wishes to see you. Who is it? A Kodopian embassy staff member by the name of Manny Kochin? Sorry. What's going on? Detective Bad and Miss Yu's moods just changed all of a sudden. Wait a second. Is it Manny Kochin? I'll be right there. It's nice to see you again, Miss Yu. Why are you here? I have no desire to ever see you again. Now. Actually, would you mind stepping outside for a brief chat? Fine, let's go.
Bad?
Von Karma. It's been a long time.
I knew you would show up. You usually do when the Yatagarasu is involved, and I see this case as no exception.
Do you know Detective Bat, sir?
Yes, he's like an old bloodhound that never leaves the scene of a crime. If only he would get a promotion and move on.
It's the crime scene where a detective is most useful and effective.
It's not like I don't know that. Moving on though, Bad, the man that I just passed by. Was he not the suspect from the KG8 incident?
So I was right.
Just what is that man doing, wandering around here? That Faraday, I can't believe you let such an easy catch get away, imbecile! I would have proved his guilt in 3 minutes.
Von Karma, I think you've said enough for now. It's in poor taste to speak like that about the departed.
Very well. Back on topic, I'm placing Edgeworth in charge of the investigation here.
Objection!
She's so short. She's so tiny. Of course she would be like, literally like young child. Like, I think she would be literally like 11 or something right now. Because I think when we meet her, she's like 18. So, she would have to be like 11-ish or so. Papa! How can you place him in charge? Francisca, what are you doing here? I'm here for summer vacation, what else? With her little cropping rod. Francesca von Karma. So she is here on vacation from Germany. She is the daughter of Manfred von Karma and a student of his, who's also junior to me. You're the one who's junior to me, and don't you forget it, and stop monologuing in front of me! You're not conveniently avoiding the bar examination, are you? If you are able to pass, then I'll have absolutely no trouble at all. I'll never allow myself to lose to you. Never! Why does she always have to be this competitive? Anyway, Papa, are you really assigning Miles Edgeworth to cover the case?
Yes, I am. Why do you ask?
Well, you know, I'm close to becoming a prosecutor myself. And I'm 100% confident that I can do a better job than him. That's just like Francesca. She has no problem bad-mouthing someone right in front of them.
Bad?
Yeah?
These two will be conducting the investigation.
You want me to let both these kids loose on the crime scene?
Ha! This is a perfect opportunity for them to work on their prosecution skills.
Bet a crime scene is not a place for children to be messing around in.
I'm the one with the authority over this crime scene, Bad. And I will not tolerate complaining. Edgeworth, Francesca, I leave this case to the two of you.
Understood, sir. Yes, Papa. I'll go take care of the paperwork now. Remember, I'll accept nothing.
Remember, I'll accept nothing but a perfect report from the both of you. Do not disappoint me. Hold up, Von Karma. I still haven't agreed to this.
Miles Edgeworth. It's been quite some time, Francisca. This will be the perfect chance for us to see which of us is truly worthy of the Von Karma name. Would it kill you to at least say hello? Hi, long lost. Long time no see? Very good. Just because you became a prosecutor first doesn't mean you can act all proud. She hasn't changed a bit. Miles Edgeworth. As I was saying, we shall see which one of us is worthy of the Von Karma name. Crying out loud, I've been reduced to a babysitter. It looks like Miss Von Karma was successful in convincing the detective. Just like him, he never fails. Now, I appreciate it if you could quickly run me through the facts, Detective Bad. You're better off checking things out on your own. Very well. Seems like getting help from Detective Bad will be a most arduous task. Is the only real explanation that they killed each other simultaneously? I think it's just really funny how it's just like, they're just two men on top of each other. Hello, Rovra, how are you? Miles Edgeworth, you should listen to someone until they are finished talking. What are you talking about? I'll only say it one more time. This is the competition to see who is truly worthy of the Von Karma name. A competition. The person that figures out the truth first wins. So the person who doesn't discover the truth is a dishonor to the name. Exactly. I don't care that you become a prosecutor before me. You may have laughed. I mean, it's funny. I find it funny. I simply refuse to hear any more foolish things come from your foolishly foolish mouth. Fine, whatever makes you happy. Can I take that as you accepting my challenge? Once again, whatever makes you happy. Ha! Well then, let's begin the investigation, shall we? I'm going to find the perfect evidence and prettily present it, like the professional I am. Competing to discover the truth behind a crime. How delightfully childish. You kids. Kid? Serves you right, Miles. He just called you a kid.
I said kids, kid.
How dare you call me a kid as well?
I'll do what I please, and I won't allow you to cause a ruckus on my crime scene. Hey, big guy, you're going to watch over these two.
Yes, sir. Detective Bat, sir. Now, do what I say. Now, do what I say from now on, kids, okay? You better not get in our way, Scruffy. You'll feel the bite of my whip if you do.
Then you, prosecutor boy.
Let's get your investigation started already, alright? Great. Now even that detective is treating me like a child. Alright, it's time to get investigating! Get a move on, prosecutor boy! My name is Miles Edgeworth. And if you were to call me prosecutor boy one more time, it will be my duty as a prosecutor to look into your monthly salary. What? And what do you do? What would you do to my salary after you saw how much it was? That's up to you now, isn't it? Really? Sounds good, pal. He's so naive. Detective Bad, may I have a word with you?
What is it?
It appears that both a knife and a gun were used as a murder weapons.
Yeah, it does.
That leads us to our first question of the investigation. Where did the men acquire the weapons? Oh. Honestly, it feels like there's been quite a few storms even here right now. It's definitely been very much just like, ugh. Well, I mean, I like storms, though. I like it when it rains outside.
The gun was inside of Faraday's bag. It was a piece of evidence that was presented in the trial earlier today. It was used to kill the Codopian embassy staff member. But I never heard anything about the knife. Mr. Real was being held by the police. There's no way he could have brought the him.
Which means it's possible that Faraday had the knife on him from the start as well. It had been a piece of evidence that had yet to be presented. But then, why does Detective Bad know? Why doesn't Detective Bad know about it? Wait, what if? It's possible that Mr. Faraday brought the knife under the guise of prosecutorial evidence. He could have then brought it out and attacked Mr. Real with it. Maybe you've got a brain in there after all, kid. Is he going to treat me like a child forever? It looks like Mr. Faraday attacked Mr. Real first, who then counterattacked. That's the only logical conclusion you can draw from a scene like this. Not yet. I feel that it's much too early to be drawing conclusions already. Excuse me. Hold on. Okay. I must first find conclusive evidence, so to protect the honor of the Von Karma name. Window is opened and there's a fresh flowery scent in the air. Ugh, the flowers in the garden down there are so gross and ghastly. Do you think maybe you could try offering something useful for a change? Well, at least there's no way someone can escape through this window, pal. They wouldn't wake up and smell the flowers after a fall from the 3rd floor. Are you willfully ignoring the fact that there are also iron bars on the window? Yeah, I guess there's that too. Either way, no one could get through these windows, right? They thought of everything when they were designing this courtroom. Very nice. Whoa! What is it, Detective Gumshoe? My TV at home is so tiny compared to this one, pal. Then perhaps you should purchase a more normal-sized television, like this one. Ooh, let me see here. Wow, this thing is huge. And wait, you're too noisy. You're the noisy one, Scruffy. Don't touch it. You'll get your fingerprints all over it. But I didn't touch it. Preservation of the crime scene is the foundation of detective work. The foundation, huh? Sounds like something the rookie here needs to shore up on. Maybe it's been left on. Why are you looking at me like that? It wasn't me. I didn't touch anything. Gumshoe, you do know what will happen to you if you touch something again. Right. I won't touch anything. I won't ever go anywhere near the TV set. And you, get back to your investigation already. I was planning to do so anyway. There's some stuff in the back. There's some stuff in the bag, pal. I suppose this was Mr. Faraday's bag. It's probably the trial evidence I was supposed to collect from him. This is the evidence? I'd better not touch it. I'll leave prints on it. Do you not just pay attention to anything you do? There's some plastic bags stacked up on the table. There's a tea set too, but there doesn't seem to be any signs of disturbance. Yeah, the table's all neat and tidy. Maybe they were super quiet in their scuffle? After all, I didn't hear anything from out in the hallway, you know. Maybe the plastic bag scattered on the floor, throwing us off. Why are the plastic bags scattered all around? Those bags are for keeping evidence safe, pal. I know that much, detective. You sure are good at this stuff, aren't you, pal? Normally I'd be happy when someone compliments me, but when it's this guy... Anyway, could these plastic bags be evidence of a fight between the two men? Oh, wait a minute. He has like a little burn mark? Did he shoot with his left hand? Well, it's definitely something on his left hand. It looks like Mr. Faraday fell on top of Mr. Real. At first glance, it seems like they must have killed each other. However, using logic, the only logical conclusion is, aha! What was that outburst for? My detective instincts just hit me real hard. It was Mr. Real that fell first, see? You don't need a detective's instinct for that. It's common sense. But I suppose we won't know much more than that until after I examine the bodies. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious thing. Why is this bag white? Why are the plastic bags scattered all around? Those are the bags for keeping evidence safe, pal. I know that much, detective. You sure are good at this stuff, aren't you, pal? Normally I'd be happy to compliment. Anyway, could these plastic bags be evidence of a fight between the two men? His hand is all black down here. Oh, his hand is all black down here, see? I wonder what it could be. If you look closely, this blotching pattern resembles an ink stain. An ink stain? Yes, I usually get ink on my own hands when I use my feather pen. A feather pen? I've never seen one before. Sure you aren't just making it up, pal? Looks like Mr. Real died with a knife in his hand. There's some blood stuck on it. Then he must have used this as a weapon. Yep, no doubt about it. Was Mr. Faraday carrying this on his personage? Did he bring this as a piece of evidence for the trial? Or did he bring it with a very different intention in mind? I should jot some notes down about it. Looks like Mr. Faraday died while holding the gun in his right hand. So he shot Mr. Real and then fell on top of him while still gripping onto the gun. I guess that does seem kind of strange, huh? I mean, why would Mr. Faraday know how to fire a gun? Okay, like... That's actually a very dumb question, considering, like... A handgun, it's like... How to shoot a handgun is pretty easy enough. Now, I could probably have somebody be like, how would he know how to reload it? Which at that point I'm like, okay, reloading a gun can be a little bit trickier, but like, to shoot a gun, you just point and then pull the trigger. Even an idiot can do that. Like, it doesn't take any real, like, yeah, it's not exactly rocket science. Even I know how to pull a trigger. Thank you, Edgeworth. Me explaining why that's such a stupid question. Although I doubt I'll ever need to use one. I hope I never have to fire a gun either, pal. But it sure does look cool to hold a gun in your hands. It appears that the police screening procedures need a thorough review. Anyway, I should jot down some notes about the handgun in Mr. Faraday's hand. Mr. Real's cause of death was from being shot, correct? That's what we think, but it's hard to tell with him lying face down. Death is bad enough, but it's truly lamentable that someone would try to hide the truth. Are you sure they were trying to hide something? I can't confirm Mr. Real's cause of death with his body position like this. Detective Bad, I'd like to examine the bodies in further detail if possible. What is this? You're not able to form a theory with them the way they are? I believe an examination of the bodies is vital to find the perfect evidence, don't you? I suppose that you have a point. Well, hurry up and get on with it. Labby? Yes, sir. We've taken enough photos of the scene, sir. And there you have it. Do you not approve? Of course not. What? Investigation of a crime scene is the work of a detective, so don't touch a thing. Hey, big fella, turn over the bodies for me, will you? Okay. Please forgive me, Mr. Faraday, sir. Shoo, do not get emotionally involved. Remember, you're a detective. Yes, sir, understood, sir. Something in his breast pocket. It's a fountain pen. That's an especially nice nib. Hey, you know, I always keep a pencil behind my ear. Because Detective Bad is always telling me, you should always write your name on everything you own. Yeah, somehow you do strike me as quite a forgetful individual. There's a knife wound in his chest here, see? I wonder if the wound matches the knife Mr. Veal is holding. Lappy? Yes, sir! Verifying now, sir! Make it quick. From the look of things, one could deduce that the knife Mr. Veal is holding is what killed Mr. Faraday. Let's see... That's my right hand. Well, I guess you could theoretically stab him there. That wouldn't be... I don't think I can deduce much from that. Shot in the chest. It takes some guts to fire a gun in a courthouse. I'm sorry, it takes some guts to fire a gun in a courthouse. I mean, I've been a detective for a whole week, and I still haven't fired a single round yet. There aren't any burn marks on his clothes. That must mean... Wait, burn marks? A round grows very hot as it is discharged from the fire. Therefore, burn marks are usually left when a shot is fired from point-blank range. Ergo, Mr. Real must have been shot from at least a yard or two away. Sure do know a bunch of neat stuff about for your age, pal. Apparently, this detective has as much common knowledge as your everyday marsupial. Let's try to understand how the two men died. First, Mr. Faraday took the gun and the knife out from today's trial evidence. Then he aimed the gun at Mr. Real and fired. However, Mr. Real managed to grab the knife and counter Mr. Faraday while being shot. Then the two men fell together where they stood. That is my theory in any case. A crazy way to go! Still, something about that explanation just doesn't seem right. I believe I now have a firmer grasp on what happened here. Well, the first thing that we're going to do is the fountain pen and the ink stain. We can connect these two together. That splotch on Mr. Faraday's hand, I wonder if it might be the ink from his fountain pen. Oh, let's ask that guy. Detective Gumshoe, I confirm that the substance on Mr. Faraday's hand is the ink from his fountain pen. I see, good work. You know, I always wanted to say that, even if it's just one time in my lifetime. If Mr. Faraday wrote with his fountain pen in his left hand, I think it's fair to assume he was left-handed. It appears that Mr. Faraday's pen is very important to our case as well. Okay, if you say so, pal. Looks like it has quality. Ah, so he's holding it wrong. There's a very tiny pile of plastic bags on the table, and yet a portion of them wound up scattered on the floor as well. It's not likely that the ones on the floor were knocked over during a struggle, in which case, might there not be another explanation as to how they got there? Another reason? I believe it's possible that the blood on the outside of the bag is related somehow. Please get that blood away from me, pal! Detective Gumshoe, whose blood is on this bag? Hold on, let me ask the lab guy. Right, please hurry. Wait till you get a load of this, pal! It's Mr. Faraday's! Oh, and the technician said they didn't find anything else on or in the bag either. It would appear that this bag is a very important piece of evidence. Okay, if you say so, I'll leave it in your hands, pal. One of the bags strewn on the floor on the lobby number 2 has Faraday's blood on it. Guess there's not much left to investigate, huh? They really did kill each other. No, we can't conclude that quite yet. Oh god, I'm having such bad allergies today. There's still something I find very peculiar here. The theory that they simply killed one another is too simplistic in this case. In fact, there is actually a contradiction that shows there is another possibility. Oh wait, pal, really? I suppose it will just have to show you the contradiction in this crime scene. The contradiction being... this? Yeah. Is this a spot that somehow connects to any evidence I hold? Eureka! Mr. Faraday used his left hand to write with his fountain pen. Ergo, he is left-handed. And yet, the handgun is in his right hand. Don't you find it odd that the left-handed Mr. Faraday would hold the gun in his right hand? That, ladies and gentlemen, is the great contradiction haunting this crime scene. Hey, you're right, pal. That does seem kind of strange. But how could something like that happen? The facts add up to one conclusion, and one alone. Someone else put the gun in Mr. Faraday's hand after he died. Someone else? Plastic bags scattered on the floor, and a gun in the wrong hand. I sense the presence of a shadowy figure behind this case. A person of vile intent who is serious about keeping the truth from us.
Here's the autopsy report.
It's probable that Mr. Real survived for a short time after he was shot. However, Mr. Faraday died instantaneously from his stabbing. Interesting. It looks like now we know everything we need to know about this case. I'm sure we know everything. Of course, the incident began with Mr. Faraday attempting to get his revenge. The prosecutor went into a rage from being accused and tried to kill the defendant. But the defendant fought back and they ended up killing each other. It's all very clear and simple. There's absolutely no margin for a doubt. You really believe that to be the truth? Ha! Are you saying that just because I figured out the truth before you, that you don't want to believe it's true? It's alright. If you disagree with my argument, then prove me wrong. Well, if there are any contradictions to be found, that is. Don't worry, I will. Mr. Faraday's death was instantaneous, while Mr. Real survived for a short time. From this, it is obvious that Mr. Faraday died after he shot Mr. Real. And Mr. Real, while on the brink of death, stole Mr. Faraday's knife and stabbed him. Those are the facts of this case. Mr. Faraday's death was instantaneous, therefore he must have attacked first. Proving that logic to be false is probably the fastest way to show her that she's wrong. In that case, I should first look into any holes in her theory.
The rebuttal!
Hold it!
Do you truly believe that Mr. Faraday died instantaneously? I have the murder report right here. Mr. Faraday died instantaneously of shock due to being stabbed in the chest. There, you see, it's been documented clear as day. From this, it is obvious that Mr. Faraday died after he shot Mr.
Hold
Real.
it!
Mr. Faraday shot Mr. Real before he died. Do you have any basis for that statement? Foolishness has no end, does it? Now I hate to repeat myself, however, Mr. Faraday died instantaneously. That's all the basis I need. Alright, so if Mr. Faraday died instantaneously, then he must have attacked Mr. Real before being stabbed. You're finally beginning to catch on, I see. And Mr. Real, while on the brink of death, still Mr.
Hold it!
So you believe that the dying Mr. Real stole the knife from Mr. Faraday? Mr. Real became desperate, as he did not want to die. Human beings can do amazing things when they are put to the test. So the two men struggled. And in the end, Mr. Real was able to grab the knife and stab Mr. Faraday. The messy condition of this room is a testament to their struggle. Yes, my logic is perfectly sound. Can you really say that it's perfect? What are you insinuating? Nothing. However, I can't let you say slide by without further inquiry. One must be clear and precise, so if you could append that statement to your testimony. Fine. They struggled. Well, we already have evidence to contradict that. One being Gumshoe's statement.
Objection!
If the two men were fighting, their struggle would have surely caused quite a bit of noise. However, Detective Gumshoe testified that he heard absolutely nothing. You place too much faith in the detective's testimony, you know. But for the sake of argument, let's say there wasn't a fight. How then did Mr. Real get his hands on the knife? Mr. Faraday's bag was sitting right there in lobby number 2. It's not hard to imagine that perhaps Mr. Real saw a chance and took it out of some point. So, what you're saying is this. Mr. Real took a chance when he saw the opportunity and took the knife from the bag. And then Mr. Faraday shot Mr. Real after being stabbed. Isn't there something strange in Francesca's statement just now? Wait, something doesn't add up. Oh, really? It's simply not possible for Mr. Faraday to have shot Mr. Real after being stabbed.
Take that!
This is the piece of evidence that proves it. Ha. And what's that supposed to prove? Really? Hold on. Oh, really? It's simply not possible for Mr. Faraday to have shot Mr. Real after being stabbed. Faraday died from a stab to the chest. The shock from the stabbing caused instantaneous death. Real died from a bullet wound in the chest. There's no gunpowder burn on his clothes, suggesting he was shot from a few yards away.
Take that!
According to the coroner's report, Mr. Faraday died instantaneously, meaning that he died immediately upon being stabbed by the knife. Ergo, he could not possibly have fired the gun after that. Oh, you got me. But of course. Well then, if the report is correct, then there is only one correct explanation. If we suppose that Mr. Real attacked first, then Mr. Faraday, who died instantaneously, would have been unable to kill Mr. Real. Therefore, Mr. Real must have stabbed Mr. Faraday after he was shot. Then they both died. That is the only explanation that makes logical sense. Negating your opponent's ideas in order to prove your own theory. I see you've been studying Francesca. Kind of funny how you're a panda and I have a 4-foot plush panda laying next to me on my couch, which is unfortunately a bit cramped. Aw. I have so many panda plushes myself. I actually have to, like, kind of keep them stored because I have too many and no place to really, like, display them. Although, admittedly, I don't really have a huge one. Like, the biggest plush that I have is actually that of a plague doctor, which is really funny. I just wanted to explain it to you as simply as possible, before you foolishly propose a foolish theory that only a foolish fool like you could. How naive of you to believe that only your opinions are valid, and still expect to discover the truth that the crime scene offers you. Francesca, you've still got a ways to go. What are you talking about? Are you saying there's a flaw in my logic? Yes. Yes, I am, Francesca. Mr. Faraday died instantly, and the fact that he did is what gives rise to the contradiction in this scene. The contradiction here in this crime scene is... Actually, the order the bodies fell. Mr. Faraday should be on the ground first. And then the other guy. Let me get this straight. What you are arguing is this. Mr. Faraday took the gun from his evidence bag and shot Mr. Real. Then the wounded Mr. Real found an opportunity to take the knife and strike back. Upon being stabbed, Mr. Faraday died on the spot and Mr. Real died thereafter. Is that the case? Then how do you explain this? Take a good look at the order in which their bodies are piled. No! Mr. Faraday's body is lying on top of Mr. Real's, therefore, Mr. Real must have died before Mr. Faraday. Impossible! Yes, I agree that it seems strange no matter what angle you approach it from. Which means the real mystery behind this crime. No, not so fast, Miles Edgeworth. What now? I simply think that you ought to think a bit more outside the box. And that it's even clearer now that the incident started with Mr. Faraday's murderous intent. She sure bounced back quickly. An explanation wouldn't be enough this time. It's going to take some very decisive evidence to prove her wrong. It was just chance that Mr. Faraday's body fell on top of Mr. Real's. The two bodies fell into a pile, which indicates that they attacked each other at the same time. It really doesn't matter in the slices that they fell in the opposite order. Actually, matters. I just know that Francesca's explanation isn't absolutely correct. All I have to do is find a hole in her logic. Once I do, I can then present her with the evidence that proves the contradiction. The rebuttal! It's just chance. You have to accept it.
Hold it!
Objection!
Pressing someone's testimony in order to gain some time to think. You're a real one-trick pony, aren't you? It's too bad your trick only works on fools. That wasn't my intent. I simply wish for more details as to how Mr. Faraday ended up on top of Mr. Real. Someone's impatient. I was just about to explain everything to you. So do you think you could hold on for a minute? Francesca, I'll make you a deal. I'll hold on if you hold on to that whip of yours. I'll hold on to it, alright, as I whip you. Ugh. Well, now that you've quieted down a bit, I'd like to continue if you don't mind. Two bodies fell into a pile.
Hold it!
The two fell on top of each other. Don't you find that to be just a bit strange? Not at all. I can see it in her eyes. She's dead set against me from the bottom of her heart. Miles Edgeworth, once I'm done here, you'll see that there's nothing strange at all. Now then, the two men fell into a pile. At the same time. Ooh, wait. Wait. They attacked each other at the same time. Ooh. Oh, wait. Hold on. Suggesting he was shot from a few yards away. It's possible he was alive for a little while after being shot. They can't attack each other at the same time. Because there are no... Hold on. It's either this or the gun.
Objection!
Unless, of course, it wants me to still press on her and be like... Oh, for goodness sakes. Fine, I'll press on it and see if it does something more specific, but...
Hold it!
What do you mean by they attacked each other at the same time? I assume Mr. Faraday had the two different weapons in his hands. He made to attack Mr. Real while holding both the knife and revolver, and then... Revolver? After Mr. Faraday fired the gun, Mr. Real grabbed the knife as he was falling and stabbed Mr. Faraday. That is how Mr. Real wound up on the bottom with Mr. Faraday on top. At close range, this is more than possible. Yes, it's possible, but... Well, if you have any other ideas, then show me what you've got. Oh, I will. And to that extent, I'd like for you to append what you just said to your testimony. I don't see any point to that, but as you please. The fact indicates that they attacked each other at the same time from close range. You could have still made the same point, regardless of being like, ow, but it was at close range. And it's like, yes, the crime scene notes.
Objection!
So you believe they killed each other at close range? Sorry, but that's impossible. Just as it is written in the crime scene notes, the firing of the handgun did not leave a gunpowder burn on Mr. Real's clothes. Also, how are you doing, Sinri? I hope you're doing well. Therefore, Mr. Real and the gun must have been separated by a distance of at least 2 or 3 yards. Yes, this is by far the biggest contradiction. The two bodies are piled up on each other, yet the gun was fired from a distance. And with there being no chance that Mr. Real moved that far after being shot, that leaves only one possible explanation. Settling down in bed before I go to bed. Aww. A completely foolish line of foolish thought from a thoroughly foolish fool! If I'm not right, then who was it that made the first move with the intent to kill, huh? Who? Person that attacked first with murderous intent, that would be... Actually, the crime scene's been staged. Here in this room, contradictions appear no matter which man we claim attacked first. Thus, there can only be one explanation. There was a third person here. It was that third person who killed both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Real, and set their bodies up to make it look like a double murder. That third person is the real culprit. Perhaps, Edgeworth, there's just one thing you're missing. Evidence, correct? Exactly. Everything you've said up until now is nothing but a story played out in your head. However, this is where the real test begins. Can you prove that there was a third person involved in this crime? Oh, the word foolish? Yep. That's her entire trope. Of course. If the third person was surely here, that fact would resolve the glaring contradiction. The proof that this has been all set up, made to look like they killed each other. I'll present it, and lay bare the final piece of the puzzle that's not yet in place. The final piece of the puzzle? Oh, the knife! What's the piece of evidence that proves there's a third person involved? Seems as Father is in the habit of using very nice fountain pens. That's a little opposite of me. I don't get these things at all. Well, I think the pencil behind your ear suits you just fine. Really? You think so, pal? Man, I knew it was worth something. That wasn't exactly a compliment, detective. This looks like a quality nib. Hey, let me test it out, pal. Ooh, this is really... Ah, you got ink all over my hand. Detective Gumshoe, don't ever play with the evidence like that again. Evidence? What is the piece of evidence that proves there is a third person involved? Has Faraday's blood on it. I want to say maybe the plastic bag? Maybe I'm overthinking this. It's either that or maybe the knife.
Take that!
The gun in Mr. Faraday's hand and the plastic bag with his blood on it. These two items point to the presence of a third person. How so? Recall Detective Gumshoe's testimony. I was in the hallway the whole time, but I didn't hear a single peep of a struggle. If there wasn't a struggle in this room, then there shouldn't be any plastic bags on the ground. Meaning that someone else must have deliberately scattered them around. Do you not see the possibility in this? Disregarding the gun for the moment, there's a high probability of blood splatter when a knife is used on a person. If the culprit held the knife with a plastic bag around it, they could use the bag to catch any blood spatter from when they withdrew the knife. Then they spread a few more plastic bags around, mixing the bloody one in with them, and arranging the room to make it look like there was a struggle between the two. They were able to conceal their presence. Looks like we still got a long ways to go in this investigation. Yes.
Objection!
What the heck's up with you, pal? Mr. Bad, I advise you to place Detective Gumshoe under arrest. What? What's the meaning of this? Looks like you're not man enough to discipline your own subordinates. Don't you dare. That detective claims he was there, standing in front of the door the entire time. But I have it on good authority that it was all a giant lie. Monsieur, I ask that you please explain that last statement. I'll let His Honor explain it himself.
I saw it with my own eyes, I tell you. During the recess, there was a period of time when there was no one in the hallway.
What? See, Mr. Bad? So I ask you, why would a detective who was supposedly doing his job the whole time want to fabricate such a lie? Actually... Gumshoe, did you kill Faraday? No! Of course not, sir! It would appear that the one who set this whole crime scene up is that detective. Which basically renders his testimony a complete lie and wholly invalid. It looks like your perfect logic has come tumbling down, Miles. I was in the hallway the whole time, but I didn't hear a single peep of a struggle. Was that statement really a lie? Detective Gumshoe, you're now a suspect in the murder of 2 men. Now spit out the truth, or so help me. I haven't lied to anyone, sir, honest! I really was really there! I was in the hallway the whole time!
Hold it!
Detective Bad, I ask that you please do not act without my permission. After all, I am the one that is heading up this investigation, am I not? Don't talk like you know what's going on, boy. All I want is for this investigation to run perfectly. Perfection is the only wish of a disciple of Von Karma, after all. Therefore, before you take Detective Gumshoe into custody, I'd like to set the record straight on something. And what's that? What should I ask Detective Gumshoe about? Motive for the murders, why he wasn't. Stay in the hallway. Detective Gumshoe, I take it that no one else was in the hallway at any time, correct? Huh? Oh, of course not, pal. You're being awfully defensive. Might you be hiding something from me? Watch your mouth, pal! You can't go around saying stuff like that about me without evidence. I suppose you're right. I have no evidence at this point. Edgeworth, how could you be losing a battle of wits with this detective? You're a disgrace! I should ask about something else. What should I ask Detective Gumshoe about? I suppose the one thing I'd like clarified is Detective Gumshoe's motive for committing this crime. Motive, huh? Gumshoe, you got a grudge against Faraday or anything? No, sir, not me. Not a single bad thing against Mr. Faraday, sir. Is that a fact?
Objection!
So that did come from her. Well, I'm not going to question it. There could be a lot of logical reasonings I can go with this. For now, we will continue to be saying, look how pretty she is. Actually, I really like these earrings. These earrings are really fucking rad. You really have a problem with lying, don't you, Detective Gumshoe? I'm telling you, I am not lying! The more natural you act, the more suspicious you become, you know. If you want a motive. If you want a motive, Edgeworth, I have one for you right here. Could you please share it with us? However, be forewarned that I won't hesitate to object to flights of fancy, because all I'm interested in is the perfect explanation. You're serious, aren't you? Fine. You amuse me, so I'll humor you with a little courtroom practice. It was about a week ago. I saw the detective get chewed out by a livid Faraday in front of the precinct. He stood there super pale as Mr. Faraday yelled, "That's a salary cut for you, you nitwit." A brand new detective suddenly getting his salary cut, that's reason enough for a grudge. Well, how's that for the perfect explanation? You totally misunderstand me, pal. No matter how mad I get, I could never hold a grudge. Quiet. We can't trust anything you say. Sir! There's nothing wrong with the motive she proposed per se. But there are some gaps in her logic that need to be filled in. This used perfect explanation may not be so perfect after all. It was about a week ago.
Hold it!
A week ago. Then you and Detective Gumshoe are acquaintances. No way. I only met him in person today. Then how did you know about Detective Gumshoe? Hi, Blaze. How are you doing? Oh, I've seen her around before. I saw the detective get chewed out by a livid and...
Hold it!
Mr. Faraday was upset. Yeah, you know what else? Mr. Faraday isn't exactly known to get angry often. But there he was, totally beat red in the face. And the offending detective just stood there, pale as a ghost, like he was about to die. Just like the face he's making now, right? I'm completely innocent, I tell you. I'm doing awful, actually. I'm sorry. I'll give you all the big hugs. The poor man. It was quite the scene with the detective. He stood there super pale as Mr. Faraday yelled.
Hold it!
You just stood there watching this unfold in front of you. Yeah, I have to say it was really enjoyable too. But that's why when I saw Detective Gumshoe earlier, I knew to steer clear of him. No way! I thought it was because I had something stuck on my face. But you do! Huh? I got stuck on my face. Let's start with your eyes, nose, mouth. Oh, and those ridiculous eyebrows. Oh man, messing with your head is just too much fun. There's my reason to why. I mean, her being obnoxious? Yeah, I get it. Miss Yu, if you don't mind, I'd like to return to your testimony now. Sure, why not? A brand new detective suddenly getting a salary cut. That's reason enough for a grab.
Hold it!
To cut a new detective's salary right off the bat like that. I'm not really familiar with the way you guys relate, but is that a common practice? Speaking of cutting my salary, didn't you threaten to do that to me earlier too? I suppose I did. It's only natural to cut a worthless detective's salary down to their actual worth. My father can't even fire anyone new or old with a snap of his fingers. Do you think maybe that's reason enough for detectives to hate you people?
Well, I guess I really shouldn't cut people's pay.
Detective Bad, don't tell me Mr. Von Karma cut your salary earlier.
Hold it!
You call your explanation perfect. Is it not to your liking? Unfortunately for you, it's just not up there to my standards. Is there something you want me to clarify in that case? What should I do? Should I raise an objection? Alright, if you could clear this one thing up for me. How Mr. Faraday was killed. Motive for killing Mr. Real. Faraday and Gumshoe's relation. Let's try this one. Actually, allow me to ask the detective directly, what was your relation to Mr. Faraday? Mr. Faraday was in charge of training rookie detectives to testify in trials. I met him on my very first day I entered the Criminal Affairs Department, pal. Oh, I had no idea Mr. Faraday was so involved. Faraday, he may look like an easygoing guy, but he's actually a bit of a nut for strict discipline and manners. Guys like Gumshoe tended to rub him the wrong way. There, now you know how Detective Mr. Faraday related. Happy now? No, wait. Okay. That one was a fun one to ask, but... let's go with how Mr. Faraday was killed, because the motive for killing Mr. Real seems like... the obvious was like, well, he was a witness to the crime. And it's like, yeah. You saw it's explicitly established how Mr. Faraday was killed.
Objection!
Have you seen her already, Miles? Stabbed to death with a knife. Not that. What I meant to ask was, how were the two men killed when they were in a guarded room? We're going to find that out very soon from Gumshoe at this interrogation. Oh, for God's sakes. Is it really just asking about why would he kill Mr. Real? I'm like, he's a witness, so why wouldn't he? But then again, why would he kill him separately, though? I understand Detective Gumshoe's potential motive for killing Mr. Faraday. However, what about his motive for killing Mr. Real? His motive for killing Real? Like I would know? If there was no clear motive for both of the murders, then I doubt his incident would have occurred. Wouldn't you agree? Is there anyone else who might have had a grudge against either of the two men? Or should we look into that ourselves? Oh, in that case, I have absolutely no idea. What? But that's impossible. She must know something. Wait. Can you please not glare at me like that? It makes me laugh. I didn't even do anything and you're already laughing away. Well, anyway, the way I see it, as long as we had a motive to kill one of the two, this crime would have played out the way it did anyway. Yeah, but why were they killed so separately then? Oh? Would you care to explain your logic? And this time, please try to provide a truly perfect explanation. Perfect this, perfect that? Stop being so uptight, or is this a requisite trait for being a Von Karma? How's Edgeworth, I demand that you shut this rude woman up! I wish you'd both be quiet for just 1 second. Oh well, I guess I'll have to explain it to you kids. I feel like it's kind of dumb to ask about the motive for Mr. Real. It's one of those things, like, it's actually probably a little bit more to ask, like, why did he kill both of them in two different ways, then? If it was Gumshoe, because it's like, why not just shoot both of them, then? Like, that would make more sense, essentially. There's no one out there with a motive to kill both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Real. All you really have to establish is that someone had a grudge against one of the two men. Mr. Real, who happened to be there, became a witness in Mr. Faraday's murder. Yeah, like, that would be logical even for me to look at it. Therefore, he was killed out of necessity and set up to look like he had killed each other. I wonder if that's really true. Is there no one out there with a grudge against both men? I should take another hard look at the evidence for this morning's case. Staff member Manny Cochin found not guilty. She would have a motive, I believe, because she would be the sister of Miss Cece. And Mr. Mackerel? Judge and embassy staff killing case testifies no one was in the hallway for a short time. I love how his age is just like, we don't know how old he actually is. Embassy staff killing suspect. Prosecutor of the KG8 incident stabbed to death. My mentor. Eagle-eyed homicide detective was called in to be an expert witness. He was a suspect. The second KG8 incident, as people are calling it, involving an embassy staff member, and the two men who both wound up as suspects in the case. Is there someone else I am overlooking who is somehow related to them? Yes, you.
Hold it!
So there's no one else who might have had a grudge against both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Real. I suppose no one is a bit of a stretch, but I'm pretty sure no one like that was here in this courthouse today. She's lying through her teeth. We just saw someone like that here earlier. Besides, you don't need to prove that the killer had a grudge against both men. All you had to do was establish that someone had a grudge against one of the two.
Hold it!
Someone with a grudge against one of the men. In that case, aren't there plenty of other people who fit the bill? Sure. After all, who doesn't garner scorn from another simply by being alive? But the only other one who held a grudge and acted upon it by killing was Detective Gumshoe. Furthermore, Mr. Real, who happened to be there, again witnessed Mr. Faraday's murder. So you're saying that he was basically silenced? Aren't you glad you managed to avoid the same fate, Your Honor? Why, if you had been the one to witness the blood-covered detective...
What? Detective Gumshoe, you would kill even me?
What? I could never do something as terrible as that, Your Honor!
There's no need for even a second of deliberation. I will hand down my...
Your Honor, take a look around. We are not in the court right now. It would be greatly appreciated if you would stay here with us in reality.
Please forgive me. I know not what I do.
And you there, Miss Hugh. Hurry up and continue with your testimony. If you fail to do so, I will whip you into shape. Ha ha ha, that's nice. Sounds kind of like fun, actually. Anyway, Detective Gumshoe had to erase the witness, Miss Real. Therefore, he was killed out of necessity.
Hold it!
I didn't do it, pal! High feelings, but I don't think we can take the word of a criminal seriously. But I can't even begin to think up ways to set up a crime scene. I suppose you do lack the necessary tactical mind required to do such a thing. Why do you have to kick a man when he's down, pal? You shouldn't put yourself down, detective. You're a big boy. I bet you brought it up all by yourself, right? Yeah, that's right. I worked real hard at it, too. I think this proves one thing about the detective. He has the mental acuity of a worm. I have to admit, her explanation makes sense. However, there is also something overlooked in her testimony. I should present that piece of evidence and see if I can't make her see the truth. There's no one out there with a motive to kill both. All you really have to establish is that someone had a grudge against one of the two men. Yeah.
Objection!
No, that's not it. So it's sound logic, but we need to contradict her at... Party died, blah blah blah. Rel died of a bullet wound, suggesting blah 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 blah. Therefore, he was killed in a set. It said to look like he'd killed each other.
Objection!
Okay. Miss Yu, I believe there is someone you overlooked in making your statement. Or rather, it is because you'd rather not bring this person up. What do you mean? We are looking for someone with a reason to kill both Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rail. I can think of at least one person that fits the bill. He was the suspect in the original KG-8 incident, and a member of the Kodopian embassy staff, Mr. Manny Kochin. Ah! That's right, the very man who came to visit you earlier out in the hallway. The man who killed a member of the Kodopian embassy staff, Mr. Real. And the man who is the lead prosecutor of the KG-8 incident, Mr. Faraday. Are you telling me that Mr. Kochin has no reason at all to kill both of these men? Well, I suppose he might have a reason or two. Yo, who covered for me, pal? Maybe you're not such a bad guy after all. Don't get ahead of yourself, you're still a suspect, make no mistake about that. The perfect evidence, the perfect testimony, these are the only things I wish to hold. But I didn't do it! You will stay under my authority and go investigate Mr. Manny Kochin for me. And remember, I will not be very forgiving should any of this leak out. You want to investigate Kochin? You'd just be wasting your time. And why is that? Kochin was up in the viewing gallery watching the trial, or so I was told. Every cop in this place has been keeping an eye on the guy since he arrived. Then the only real suspect we have is still Detective Gumshoe. I suppose so. No way! Come on, Detective Bad! You gotta believe me, sir! I really was in the hallway the whole time, sir! I never took a single step into this room, sir! Okay, then are you saying there was someone else who passed through the hallway? No, there was no one else, sir. Then why should I believe you didn't do it? There's one incredibly foolish detective, standing right in front of a crime scene all by himself. It's as good as a confession of guilt. I have to admit, it's a bit strange. Most criminals will fabricate some sort of lie to escape their crimes. And if that detective really wanted to prove that he is innocent, you'd think he would at least offer up I spaced out while on duty or the like. Come on, Gumshoe, time for your interrogation. Detective Bad. Miles Edgeworth, I will go on ahead and report this to Papa. And that, as they say, is that. Right, everyone? I suppose we should both be getting back to our real jobs now, huh? Before we do, Monsieur, there is something I'd like to speak with you about. What is it? So, what do you want to ask me about? Mitsuru! Hello! Welcome on in, Raiders. Let me give you a quick shout out. You were playing Dead by Daylight? What? You are doing the Dead by Daylighting? I was just having somebody earlier talking about how they were having a lot of rough games. You know I play DBD. I know you're a masochist, Mitsuru. Apparently it was a very sweaty day for at least one person I know. How were your games? Were they especially sweaty? It keeps right now are not amazing. Yeah, okay. I'm sorry. You know, I would still pat you on your head, like 50-50. Aw. Well, right now, I'm having an amazing time. Gonna BRB. Yeah. It was not a good time for me. No, it was not a good time for you. And neither for Mitsuru, from the sounds of it. It's why I have such a hard time ever wanting to play the game. Like, I have it, and I have some content, but fuck me if I ever want to actually, like, play it. The current case of the murdered Cordopian embassy staff member. I've heard that people have begun calling it the second KG8 incident. I had like one amazingly funny game, and the rest were like effectively full sweat on both sides. You're an amazing time. How dare you, Thorn? I have a love-hate relationship. I feel like everybody has a love-hate relationship with DBD. It's almost as bad as Mahjong, of just being like, it causes such harm and it gives no benefit to humanity. We're Stockholm. I mean, I didn't want to say it, but... Oh! Mitsuru! You like fun little RPG games, right? Only among you law office enforcement types. And what about it? So, I realized there was a remake of a game that was released, like, recently. It's a remake of a game back from, like, 2001. And I have to say, it's probably, like, one of the few games that I legitimately look at it, it's like, no, it really needed it. Gothic, yes. I remember playing, like, the original version of it, and I actually really enjoyed that game, even though, like, its controls were really fucking weird. I've been hearing non-stop about its remake. I'm sorry. And I enjoyed the original. I enjoyed the original, too! It's just, I never really got that far in it, though. It always felt like I always got so bogged down by how things would just kill you so easily. And not to mention the fact that, like, the controls were so fucking weird. But I really liked it. I really want to play the original, like, in more earnest one day. But okay. I just simply wanted to state that it's like, it's fun. I'm like, I definitely enjoyed the remake so far, though. Same on all fronts. Ugh. It's definitely worth it if you want to buy it maybe one day, like, on a sale. I just still find it really funny that I'm wanting to play more of a mage build with it. And in order to restore my mana, I'm literally just having to smoke weed all the time. Like, I'm a fire mage, and I'm blazing it right now. It's just... I don't know. The game makes me smile. It's just something I can enjoy. It still has some jank to it, but, like... Gothic kind of just always has a little bit of jank to it anyway, so I'm like, you know what? I'm okay with this. Like, I am glad that I have purchased it so far. I'm a flaming fire mage, and I'm lighting it up. Yes. I actually do like the magic in the game, too. It feels very fun. And the resources to basically, like, restore your mana is, like, not terrible to get. And, like, yeah, you do have to, like, buy it, but it's not like you can't find at least enough resources to, like, restock fairly constantly. Anyways. I digress, though. I'd like for you to tell me everything you know about the original KG8 incident. I'm afraid I can't help you. I don't know anything beyond what was reported in the papers. No, I believe you know much more, since you are directly tied to the KG8 incident. I appreciate if you'd stop with the false accusations. Faceless outbursts are useless both inside and outside the courtroom, don't you know? I do, but I also know that I do have a leg to stand on here. Oh. Hold on, I want to check on something. Oh, okay, that's probably just a... It's probably one of those, like... It's just a preventative measure. Thank you, Saribot. You're always so nice. Think you can stop making that ultra serious face in front of me? Isn't it third like Miles? No, you should know that Miles is very non-horny for anything. If you could please stop laughing for just 1 second. I'm not going to make any headway like this. I'm just going to have to show her exactly how related to the KGA incident she is. If only I could just show a person's face. Anyways. Miss Yu, I believe that I have proof of your connection to the KGA incident. That files your proof? Very well then. Why don't you tell me exactly how I'm related to the KGA incident? Through the victim. Your connection to the KGA incident is through the victim. The victim's name is CCU. He's horny for Court, Phoenix, and Lang, that's all. I mean, yes, but he's not like... He's very, like, ace-coded, where it's like, yeah, sure, he definitely has a kink for them, but he has no interest in sex. You will note that she has the same last name as you. Can you really still tell me with a straight face that you are not related to this case? Sorry, but we're not related. Just kidding. You asked that question with such a serious look on your face. I couldn't help but... Miss Yu, I ask that you please tell me the truth. But also, you can still be hung and be aced, just like how being hung doesn't automatically make you a top. Smile. I do love tildes, by the way. Alright, I'll tell you everything I know. As you guessed, the one who reported the smuggling activities of the Amano group was my sister, CCU. As I thought. As my go-to incorrectly used punctuation. Look, the modern age can do whatever it wants to punctuations, because it's all fake anyways. And she was killed right before she was to testify at the impending trial. By Manny Kochin. But because he was tried once and was acquitted, he gets to live out the rest of his cushy life completely carefree. All because of a lack of evidence. No, I heard that the evidence to convict him did exist. What? I heard it from Mr. Faraday himself after Mr. Kochin's trial was over. Apparently a man in black made off with the most important piece of evidence. That the evidence had been tampered with. Isn't it just like a criminal to do something like that? The smuggling ring being run out of the Amano group by one of its secretaries? They bailed Mr. Kochin out. Turns out they were in league with each other all along. How big was the smuggling ring? Was it a large operation? I don't really know. Which is why I wanted to become the lead defense. On this case that people are calling the second KGA incident. But I haven't learned anything new at all. I was probably expecting too much. You mean, you think this case has nothing to do with the smuggling ring? I don't know what to think. Why did Mr. Kochin want to meet with you earlier? Actually, he came to watch the trial. Apparently, he only found out that I was the defense lawyer on this case after he had arrived. He figured he should say hi, and one other thing. Looks like you couldn't resolve anything this time either. Too bad. What's that supposed to mean? Oh boy, stop it with the scary face already. I'm fine, really. I gave him a good slap across the face. The way she talks about slapping him as she laughs away is kind of creepy. But it's just as Mr. Bat said. He's not related to the double murder. I asked around and people in the gallery claimed that he was in his seat the entire time. Talk about cruel fate. Well, this is about all I know. Sorry. Guess I wasn't much help, huh? That's not true. I'm sorry I made you recall such a painful time in your life. Edgeworth, you really are too serious for your own good. You really need to learn to relax. We wouldn't want you to die of stress, would we? Thank you for the advice, but there's no need to worry. I work in my own way, and I will catch this criminal in my own way as well. You'll see. Look at you with your game face on, ready to go. I'm making no such face. Did you know? Laughter's the best medicine, Edgeworth. Don't you get tired of making such a serious face all the time? I'm charged with making sure that all the criminals of this world are found guilty. I have no need for laughter. There you go, making that face again. Oh well. I got to get going. I still have a few loose ends I need to tie up. The KG-8 incident and this murder investigation. It is my belief that these two cases are related to each other somehow. Plus that Detective Gumshoe. It's obvious he's lying, even though the lie is hurting his chances. Clearly, this case is far from over. But whether or not that detective is the murderer can only be determined once I've completed my perfect investigation. Mr. Von Karma, I swear to uphold your honorable name, or my name isn't Miles Edgeworth. To be continued. Right now, actually, even.
Onwards towards the truth.
Hey Ark, how you doing? Sir, what is to become of the trial of the Codopian Embassy staff member's murder?
Indeed. Since both the suspect and the prosecutor are now dead, the case will be dismissed. In other words, the trial ends here prematurely.
Looks like you'll have to wait till just a bit longer for your big debut. I suppose it can't be helped.
The evidence for this trial will be transferred to you in a little while.
Sir, what do you think about the murder of the Codopian Embassy staff member? And the murders of Mr. Faraday and Mr. Real?
What an outrageous circus it has become! That Faraday brought it all upon himself with his naivete.
An outrageous circus, right, sir.
We're weary of this topic, Edgeworth. I'll have you assigned to a different case.
Papa, you'll come and watch my courtroom debut next, won't you?
I'll consider it.
Sir, if I may, please allow me to continue with my investigation.
Whatever for.
I know that there is already a suspect in the murder of Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rell. However, there is not enough evidence to prove that it was he who committed the crime. I'd like to continue investigating in order to find the perfect proof of his guilt.
Perfect proof? Don't make me laugh. A worthless person like you has no right to claim such a thing as perfection.
Papa? Who do you think is the real culprit behind these murders? Miles and I, we're competing to see who can find the real killer first. Plus, being able to investigate a real crime scene is a real rare opportunity. It would give us some real-life experience, wouldn't you agree?
If you want to investigate this case that much, then do as you wish.
Then you're allowing us to continue.
In court, your top priority is to win, and a solid investigation is one of the keys to winning. You have to make sure you become recognized as a first-rate prosecutor, don't you? It wouldn't be very interesting otherwise. I'm returning home now. Edgeworth, Francesca, see to it that I'm not disturbed, save for the results of your competition.
Yes, sir. Of course, Papa. Who made these kids detectives? Francesca, thank you. What are you thanking me for? Your logic earlier was built on that scruffy detective's lie. That means that the competition is still on. Just as you wished. I couldn't let you get off so easily. Now then, let us see how well you fare on the investigation from here, Miles Edgeworth. I know I don't have enough information yet. My first order of business will be to question anyone involved with this case. It's the witness stand. I'll make sure that each and every person that ever stands here will be found guilty. There are others besides the defendant that stands at the podium, you know. I don't care. Just make sure you never end up standing at one of these. Or you'll be sorry. I'll keep that in mind. Any day now, I'll be taking my rightful place behind this bench. By that time, I should already be standing here. It'd be downright disgraceful if I beat you to it, wouldn't it? If that were to happen, Francesca, I'll eat my cravat. It's the defense attorney's bench. I'd probably be standing on this side of the courtroom if that incident hadn't happened. What are you thinking about? Lately, the more wrinkly your face becomes, the less I'm able to read what you're thinking. I have you know, I don't have a single wrinkle upon my youthful brow. This must be the judge's desk. You can tell by the gavel sitting on top. I had a dream once that I was being squashed from above by this gavel. Such a weakling, Miles Edgeworth. I have no idea how frightening it was. Sorry, I just remember that there is this this very specific achievement to look at all the different benches. Look at Gumshoe hulking in the corner. I know, look at him. Sir, nothing to report, sir! Is there no one who will make this man take responsibility for his actions on the job? Looks like we have no choice but to report this to Papa. Then the scout can have his fun and waking nightmare after being awakened from his dream. Actually, that's not. I kind of feel sorry for him now. What's the matter, officer? I've been standing here for forever, sir, and I really need to go to the bathroom. Why don't you just make a quick trip? The nearest one isn't that far, is it? No, it's a short way down the hallway beyond these doors, but I don't want to be blamed for anything that might happen while I'm gone, so I'm gonna hold it. This Detective Gumshoe can be a positive influence in the force after all. Wow, this thing is so incredibly detailed, my inner modeling fanboy is impressed. Not exactly a fan of plastic models per se. Even I can sense the superb quality of this model. I simply cannot comprehend how that man can feel so much love for such a trifle. Oh, I see. A disciple of my father? So you would do well to guard yourself against interest in such unproductive things. Yes, perhaps I should take up whipping people like the young lady over here. I can't stop the water, sir! It seems that the man who was here earlier broke it by drinking from it too much. Fools who pretend to not see the foolish fool's action of the foolish fool. Well then, why don't you lend the officer a hand? As if I should do anything as if I have anything to do with this. Besides, that water-drinking fool's mouth is the thing that the officer should be covering. Let's give that officer a description of the water guzzler later. She seems to have quite the grudge. It sounds to me like someone wanted a drink. It wasn't me, I tell you. I didn't do anything wrong. Yes, I understand. So let's just calm down, okay, buddy? I doubt I'll get anything useful from the detective while he is this agitated. Miss you. Oh, it's you, Edgeworth. And who are you? Wait, you were at the crime scene just now, weren't you? You should be despised for not knowing who I am. I am Francesca von Karma, and I am about to become the successor to the family name. About to? I guess that means that for now, you're still just another kid. In which case, it's only natural that I didn't know who you are. What? Why are you whipping me? Anyway, it looks like they're planning to hold the evidence a bit longer. If there's one thing I can't stand, it's waiting. Terribly sorry, but I have a few more questions to ask of you. Look at you, eyebrows scrunched with lines on your forehead. And that to ask of you. What exactly is so funny? Sorry, I'm just bad at dealing with a super serious atmosphere. Apparently, they failed to teach you proper behavior at a crime scene in law school. I feel much better now. So what is it you want to ask about? I'd like to inquire as to where you were at the time of the murder. We were in the defendant lobby number 1 the whole time, up until we heard the gunshot. And by we, I mean Mr. Bad. If you don't believe me, feel free to ask him yourself. You were with Detective Bad? Why? We had a little something to discuss, that's all. So I take it that you are acquaintances with Detective Bad? Yeah, he was the detective in charge of the KG8 incident. Detective Bad is also related to that incident? That's right. He was the one who is supposed to protect my sister, Cece. But you know how that turned out, don't you, Edgeworth? As Edgeworth, I have no idea what you two are talking about. I've heard the KG incident from my papa. But how does that case relate to you, Miss Yu? The victim of that case, CCU, was my little sister. You're making that super serious face again. I'm fine, really. I'm just making a point to rub some more salt in his wound and his wounded pride every time I see him. The way she talks about doing that as she laughs away is kind of creepy. Speaking of Mr. Bad, he and Mr. Faraday. I say they met up just about every single time the Yatagasa made a move. It was practically a given that the two would meet up at every one of the crime scenes. I see. He did mention that he is in charge of the Yatagarasu investigation earlier. You should ask her what she knows about the Yatagarasu in more detail. Miss Yu, I was wondering if you could tell me about the Yatagarasu. Yatagarasu? I don't really know much about it. I really don't know much about that character myself. But I do get a lot of consultation requests from companies to defend them. Requests from companies? The Yatagarasu isn't some petty thief out for money, you know. Alright then, perhaps the Yatagarasu is in the business of stealing people's lives. You're not very funny or witty, are you, little Miss Von Karma? Francesca, be careful about who you whip. Choose carefully, or you may be super. There, I chose carefully, just like you wanted. That just now was hilarious. hilarious, little Missy. Of course it was. What's wrong with these two women? Why does my pain give them delight? And so in the end, what is the Yatagarasu? I have to say, I had never even heard of this thief when I was in Germany. Yatagarasu deals in information, namely in digging out dirt about backroom dealings and the like of companies. There is a reason why she's my favorite character in this game. I only just met her. Yatagarasu is a vigilante who steals such info and then makes it public for all to see. Vigilante or not, this person sounds just like another criminal to me. I suppose you could put it that way too. But either way, I get a lot more clients now thanks to that thief. Sounds like Miss Hugh is profiting nicely. You claim that at the time of the murder you were with Detective Bad. But don't you lawyers usually discuss the trial with your clients during a recess? We do, and that's what I was planning to do. But Mr. Faraday was being rather threatening, and he dragged Mr. Real away. After that, Mr. Bad came into lobby number 1, so we just stayed there and talked. And what did you talk with Detective Bad about? Nothing interesting. I just insulted him some. Talked about how the trial was going, and then I insulted him some more. Bloody, when she's not laughing, her mouth seemingly spews nothing but insults. Anyway, Mr. Bad and I were in the defendant lobby number 1 when the murders occurred. So I really can't tell you anything about the hallway or lobby number 2. I see. I'd like to ask you a few questions about your client, Mr. Mackerel. Now, your client first claimed to be the Yatagarasu, is that correct? Yeah. Once I heard that it was the Yatagarasu that had made off with the evidence from KGA, I began to ask Mr. Rail all sorts of questions, but to no avail. Turns out Mr. Rail was not the Yatagarasu. I just made that up. He made it up. Mr. Rail's crime was caught on tape by security cameras. But there's no footage of him sneaking into the Cadopian embassy itself. Hold on for just 1 second. Then you mean to say that you knew that he was not the real Yatagarasu? And that he was just another cold-blooded killer, and you were ready to defend him? Yes, that's right. She is the mood for me. I do feel like this would be you. I feel kind of needy for cuddles. Oh, that's understandable. I know I typically get very needy about things. I know I get very needy for praise. I like when people tell me I am doing a good job. I definitely need to feel validated. It is definitely a thing It's definitely a thing that I suffer from, but I guess really it's like... Sure knows how to dress to impress. She does dress very well. I see. So a defense lawyer is actually just someone whose job is to cover for criminals. That's why defense lawyers are also detestable, but they are no match for us von Karmas. I don't believe it. You're serious. Why don't you save that face for something really worth being serious about? I'm sorry. Her quips right now have been really savage right now. And Edgeworth, do you remember what I said earlier? Whenever I make any mistakes, so I also self-deprecate myself constantly. That's just part of my childhood trauma, though. Which... that is definitely one of those, like, it is what it is for me, unfortunately, at that rate. But I will certainly be okay in time. I have my own agenda. I'm still on the hunt for leads regarding the KG-8 incident, alright? And for that, you have not a single qualm about defending a known killer. Don't put words in my mouth. I said no such thing. The only way I had to get close to Mr. Real was to be his lawyer. I had no intention of covering for him ever. So don't you dare suggest I was going to. I'm sorry. Forgive my rashness. Suppose I've gotten all I can out of Miss Yu. Should move on and speak with Detective Gumshoe now. Self-deprecating? I have been summoned. Hi, Patchwork. Detective Gumshoe. Hey, it's you, pal. You're here. As am I. I don't think you need to whip him to let him know that. I didn't do it, pal. I swear on my honor as a detective, I really didn't. Your words are useless. I place my trust only in the evidence, detective. Once the investigation is fully over, and should we find out that you are the killer, there will be no mercy to be had for you. Have a heart, pal. You're not worried, right? After all, you have nothing to worry about, if you really are innocent, that is. That's right! Hey, pal, go and do your perfect investigation and get the real killer for me, will ya? I would have done so, even had you not requested me to, detective.
Hydrating, you say?
I do have a big-ass thing of water I need to drink more of. I know I've definitely been getting way too dehydrated lately, so it's like, I've really been trying to be better about pushing water. And I mean water, specifically. So you and Mr. Faraday had a small meeting last week, did you? What exactly did you do to make him so angry? I just asked Detective Bad the same thing myself, pal. Turns out, he was mad at me because of my very first day as a detective. I reported in at my usual post instead of the Criminal Affairs Department.
Objection!
By the time I came to Criminal Affairs, I was really late. Hi, Colette, how are you? And that's when he gave me that huge speech. I remember doing the same exact thing in elementary school. On the first day of school every year, I've always wind up going to my old classroom. Pathetic for the detective to be comparable to a mere schoolchild. Push water, black coffee, non-caffeinated teas, and... No, I've just been drinking water. I do need to drink more coffee for other reasons. And I only drink coffee black. Unless I go and buy coffee and then I have all kinds of shit in it, but if I make coffee, it's just black. I do want to actually try, like, the aloe drinks, though. I know they can be very tasty. You claim to be standing guard in front of the door to lobby number 2 during the recess. However, when did you receive the order to do so, and from whom? And tastes like grapes? Ooh. Oh. There's a reason why I'm pretty sure I've been getting really hydrated, and it's like, I really hate how, like, the one area of my body that gets incredibly dry if I know I'm, like, if I'm not drinking enough water is my feet. Apparently apparently I have a small crack on the heel of my foot that I am just like, I now have to nurse it and be like, crap. It's like, get lots of lotion and try to make sure I'm treating it nicely and... I swear to God, my feet are so problematic and I hate it. And before anyone asks, because trust me, I think about this a lot, but every time I ever get my labs done, I have no signs or symptoms of having anything with, like, diabetes. So that makes me very happy that I don't have that kind of problem. I just unfortunately just have very dry feet. Apparently. And so it's just kind of like, crap. It's like, I hate this. Need bed, eepy. Aww. I will give you all the hugs, and I hope you sleep well. Earlier at around 3:20, and from Detective Bad, pal. Today's trial took a really crazy turn. So I was told to make sure nothing happened to Mr. Faraday. And yet something did happen to him, correct? It looks like it was a total waste of manpower to assign you to guard duty. Ugh. Your words sting worse than your wit, pal. So it was Detective Bad who ordered him to stand guard, huh? Now then, Detective Gumshoe, is there anything else you'd like to tell me? Nope, not a thing, pal. In that case, allow us to take a look at what you are carrying on your personage. Wait, you can't do that! There's nothing of any particular value here. Well, my handcuffs and badge were confiscated by Detective Bad, so, you know. And what is that open envelope I see sticking out of your coat pocket? Hands off, pal! Just show it to us already. Ugh. Annual bonus check within, $5 total. Except there is no check inside. You've had your luck, now give it back, pal! It's my first bonus as a brand new detective! I just got it and cashed it today. I had literally no cash on me up until I did, you know. Tummy beds are best beds. I do like being a good tummy bed. So the envelope is really special to me, now give it back! You don't need rubbish like this, don't worry, we'll throw it away for you later. How could you? Detective Gumshoe's annual bonus of $5. They really had no money on him until he cashed this. I'm sorry, but I need to take him for an questioning now. I think I've asked him just about everything I needed to. I can't look at it more. Okay. No, wait. Since he has become a suspect, there is one piece of evidence I should reconfirm. Officer, I ask that you wait a second. There's that one thing I'd like to reconfirm with Detective Gumshoe. Understood. Please make it brief, sir. To hear from the horse's mouth. Just confirm whether or not his testimony about when the crime occurred is the truth. What's this? Judge's Trial Exchange Log. Appears to be a journal where the various judges share their thoughts and ideas. The real daily lives of the judges are laid out here on these pages. There's nothing about the court in here, it's just page after page of unrelated drivel. Judging by the contents, they are very enthusiastic about the courthouse's daily menu. And it would appear that fried oysters are a favorite. Used for such foolish words from a foolish crowd. Someone please assure me that this is not the true state of this judiciary. What? Oh. You told me earlier that you heard no sound other than the gunshot out in the hallway. Is that correct? No mistake about it, pal. Then you are also claiming that no one passed through this hallway either. Is that also correct? Yep, not even a single ant passed through that hall while I was on duty. You do realize that the lie you're telling is only making life more difficult for yourself. Oh. But it's true! I didn't see anyone go through the hallway, and I didn't hear anything else, pal. I bet the killer found a way to kill the two guys that's beyond what I can even imagine. So he intends to continue telling this ridiculous lie. Why would he do so, given the situation he's in? I believe a thorough investigation of the hallway in front of the defendant lobbies is in order. You! You not notice that coming? Isn't that the child I changed money for earlier? Thanks! That's exactly what I needed. Kids can sometimes be so cruel. Looks like she dropped something. A Swiss roll dropped by the mysterious young girl says courthouse special on it. Maybe we should arrest the girl. She might turn out to be a valuable lead. I believe some sort of punishment may need to be dealt. The next time we meet. I believe I have asked all that I need of this man. Now for Detective Bad and the judge. You have to confirm who is correct, the judge or the scruffy face, right? I suppose we should inspect the hallway in front of lobby number 2 next, then. I suppose so. Shall we head on over, Francesca?
So, did you see anything else? No, I don't think so. Let's see. Well, thanks for your cooperation. Oh, it's nothing. Just doing my duty as a defender of the law. And that'll be all for now. I'll ask again if I have any other questions. Any time, detective. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a few loose ends I have to tie up. Oh, well, that new prosecutor Mr. Von Karma recommended, right?
My name is Miles Edgeworth, Your Honor. I'm Manfred Von Karma's daughter, Franziska Von Karma. I'm set to become the successor to my genius father any day now, Your Honor.
I see, Mr. New Prosecutor recommended. Oh, I hit my tongue.
Are you alright, Your Honor?
Please feel free to refer to me as just Miss Von Karma, Your Honor.
Sorry, please feel free to refer to me as just Miss Von Karma, Your Honor. As for him, just Edgeworth is fine. Apparently somebody doesn't feel that I'm worthy of a proper title.
Oh. Very well then, I shall call you Miss Von Karma and you, Mr. Prosecutor Edgeworth.
Your Honor, Mr. Edgeworth is fine, sir. Now, about your earlier state testimony.
Yes, what about it, Mr. Edgeworth?
I would like to ask you a few questions about what exactly you saw.
Alright. Well, it's my duty to clarify my testimony as a defender of the law.
I greatly appreciate your cooperation, Your Honor. The first thing I will need to do is figure out that detective's exact movement. It would appear that this vending machine sells snacks and various other foods. It's lovely. What do you think of next? You know, Fuck. Actually, I really could go for, like, a Swiss roll right now. I'm not lying. I might actually have to go shopping sometime tomorrow and grab a box of them. Don't be a jerk in the court with these beef jerks. 1 pack for $9. Defendant's fresh milk. Defendant's fresh milk, 1/2 pint for $7. Stay neutral as the Swiss do until the end with these for $6. They're awfully overpriced. The lineup is simply awful, period. Speaking of snacks, I wonder if that Swiss roll that little girl dropped is from this machine. I was wondering about that myself. end of these. End of what? Well, I assume it means the end of the trial. I suppose this means that one should end up during I suppose this means that one should eat these during a recess. You can eat during a trial, so I suppose the only time you can eat them is now, huh? I wouldn't mind if you wanted to eat one now. They come in packs of 2 after all. We're in the middle of investigation. Besides, I don't have $6 on me. If you want, we can pull out money and buy a pack together. If I had to split it with you, then I don't want it. Yeah, because it's only dollar bills. It doesn't look like it accepts change. When it's looking bad, blind your opposition with some OJ. Are they promoting? I think the localization team had a little bit too much fun with that one. Considering the fact that there is a very famous case. Making me crave some snack cake. I know! I'm looking at Swiss rolls and being like, fuck, I haven't had Swiss rolls in such a long time and I love them. Don't worry, my whip will make sure that anybody following this advice won't be for long. Compared to the sting of a whip, the sting of orange juice may not be so bad. Defendant's fresh milk. What exactly is that supposed to mean? If it means that the milk is freshly milked by various defendants. Francesca! No! No, I think it might mean that this was milked right here from the various defendants. How's Edward? You can't possibly be serious. Of course not. Don't let the prosecution and the defense make a ham sandwich out of you. Sounds like it's directed at the hand of the judge! Well, it certainly isn't directed at me. I can outmaneuver him any day. Don't be a jerk in court with these beef jerks. I see.
Objection!
How's Edgeworth? Wouldn't you agree that it's a very clever pun? You really think that they put that much effort into the product name? The foolish fool could understand the foolish thinking of a fool who made it up? Acting so foolishly that I got so thoroughly mad and now I'm utterly famished. If you want a pack of these, all you have to do is ask like a normal person. When you're in hot water, you might need a hot dog. Looks like this slogan was decided through a public contest. And the winner was Prosecutor Winston Payne. A pathetic slogan, no presence at all. Now, if it was up to me, it would read, if you leave matters in Von Karma's hands, everyone in the court will be found guilty dogs.
Objection!
Overruled! So stupid. I hate everything. I hate everything about this. Okay, but I get it though. She needed $1. And she got $5. She stole $5 from Gumshoe, who then chased after her. Because it was his $5. I don't see anything else that's relevant there. It doesn't look like there's anything contradictory left in this area. I suppose not. Perhaps I should check somewhere else. Did you find something, officer? I think there's a $5 bill back there. Come on, just a little more. Is there no one left in this crime scene who isn't a total waste of living tissue? Unfortunately, there doesn't seem to be a single person we can deem useful here. you found any suspicious fingerprints, officer? Nope, just the fingerprints of those involved with the case, sir. I guess we know all the players in this case then, huh? I feel that way, but I have the nagging feeling that we're missing something. I suspect that what we're missing is hiding right here in this crime scene somewhere. He's making a most ridiculous-looking face. That may be, but at least he doesn't look like someone who would tell a lie on purpose. I suppose, but to von Comet, evidence is the only thing that carries any weight. Of course, at any rate, this poster seems to be of no use to us right now. No signs of this fire extinguisher was used in this crime. If you could already tell from a distance, then why are you wasting your time examining it? Francesca, let's try not to rush absolute genius. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious nook and cranny. What's this? Is this? It's another piece of trash made of rubber. A piece of pink trash found on the windowsill of the hallway window made of rubber. I feel like I've seen something like this before. Well, all I see is a piece of garbage. But you know, the fact that there's litter running loose inside this courthouse. It's simply unforgivable. It's not like it was I who littered. Rubbish belongs in a rubbish bin! These black speckles? I believe it's a pile of ants eating away. Oh, that's the detective. He claims to not have seen a single ant slip by him, and yet here's a whole hill of them! What are you hitting me for? As a replacement for that pathetic detective? Perhaps I should add this deduction to the detective's growing tab of pay cuts. Anyway, I wonder what the ants are eating. From the look and sweet smell of it, pieces of cake and chocolate from a Swiss roll. Now, as Edgeworth, the courthouse is to be kept pristine at all times. It wasn't me that dropped food on the ground. Courthouse must be kept clean. Turn on this bench. It smells like some sort of sweet substance. Can't believe there is someone going around dirtying the courthouse for shame!
Hold it!
Calm down, Francesca. Now take a good look. Doesn't the smudge kind of look like a handprint to you? I suppose it could be. Which means that perhaps we can lift the prints of the person who sullied this bench. You see, and then we'll know the identity of our mystery slob. You there, the lab technician. Would you please find out whose handprints belong to? Sir, yes, sir. Got the results of the fingerprint analysis, sir. And do we know who they belong to? Sir, the fingerprints belong to Detective Gumshoe. Oh, interesting. She gave him $1, and then he ate his Swiss roll. Good work, officer. Dark smudge emits the scent of sweet sugar. And there you have it. Yes, I suppose so. Now we know the identity of the person who dirtied the bench! I sense that you and I will be using this information in very different ways. What if he shared it with her? Because it comes in a pack of 2. Ants are hard at work carrying their food home. It's a marvel that they can pick up such comparatively large objects to their size. If you want to carry the mighty von Common name and not be squished under it, you'd better work extra hard, just like these ants. The same goes for you, Francisca. It's like pouring out of a hole in this bench at sea as well. The insides of this bench consist of nothing but ants. Don't you dare continue with that gross line of thought! I'm sorry. look outside, however I doubt the killer could have escaped through here. Of course not. This is the 3rd floor, after all. It appears the bars were installed on this to prevent people from falling out. Bars? What bars? Can you not see them from your vantage point? I must remember not to bring up a taboo subject again. It's like, I'm sorry, Shorty. Can you not see that? What's the matter? I pricked myself at one of the cactus's needles. I didn't think the needles on this thing would be so sharp. Well, what did you expect? Can you imagine how bad it would be if you were hit on the head with one of these? Anyway, this cactus seems to be unrelated to our case. You really think so? Because I believe this cactus sitting on this windowsill is completely related. Oh, well then, I look forward to your explanation of how exactly it's related. I hate that it actually will be related to the fact that the balloon popped. I believe I can at least... A vending machine that sells courthouse goods, special goods. A few sweet items are for sale. Probably this? These bits of chocolate and cake, could they not have come from a Swiss roll? Swiss roll? Why would a courthouse sell a thing like that? It may not seem like the right venue. However, it is being sold right over there. The vending machine. Ah, I see. Stay neutral as the Swiss do until the end with these. 2 for $6? Talk about expensive. Leaving the fact that it's on the expensive side aside, the fact that the cake crumbs and chocolate bits were found in this hallway suggests that they came from a Swiss roll that was purchased from this machine. I think I have a pretty clear picture of what happened here now. Naturally, after all, I'm here, aren't I? Detective Gumshoe must have sat on this bench as he ate a Swiss roll. And as he ate, he dropped it on the floor and sullied the bench. How could he have not cleaned up after himself? How utterly despicable! Don't you dare whip me again. It wasn't I who made the mess in the first place. Anyway, if it was indeed Detective Gumshoe who brought the Swiss roll, that creates a rather interesting contradiction of facts. Contradiction? Where? I think another look at the special courthouse vending machine is in order. Because it's $6. And Gumshoe only had 5. Eureka! About Detective Gumshoe's finances, he said that until this morning, he didn't have even a single penny of on his personage. Just how poor is that guy? If his bonus really was only $5, then he should not have been able to purchase a pack of Swiss rolls. However, facts being as they are, we found cake crumbs on the floor. Meaning Scruffy must have bought a pack somehow. Indeed. The detective should not have been able to purchase a pack, and yet he did. The question is how. A Swiss roll dropped by a mysterious young girl. It's priced at 2 for $6. Eureka! Sorry, I just love that he has this just like dramatic, just like, aha, I'm so smart and clever! Potted cactus sitting on the windowsill. This pink rubbery substance, I saw this in a different form earlier today. I believe this is a piece of a popped balloon. I suppose that's possible. The balloon probably got a little too close to our friend, the windowsill cactus. That would be the logical conclusion, yes? I just know I've seen the pink balloon around, found on the windowsill of a hallway window. Alright, now I'm willing to start talking to people. Your Honor, I'd like to ask you a few questions, if you don't mind. Where were you at the time of the murder?
Do you suspect me of something?
No, nothing of the sort.
Very well. You may continue with your testimony.
Your Honor, it's your testimony on that.
Oh! I had no idea you were chasing after me or my testimony.
I'm beginning to sense I might want to avoid being in a trial run with this judge.
See here. Now then, how should I put this? When you get to be my age, you need to pay more frequent visits to the restroom. If you go take a look through the window at the end of the hall, you'll see a small window. This is the window to the men's restroom.
In other words, you can see
clearly into this hallway from the men's restroom. When I was going to the restroom, that Detective Gumshoe, isn't it? Well, he was standing in front of the vending machines buying something from them. However, and this I couldn't believe, when I was about to exit the restroom, there was not a soul in the hallway anymore.
Your Honor, if you could please calm down and explain it to me rationally.
Oh, I'm really sorry. Please let me regain my composure. It was really suspicious. That's what my finely honed judge intuition said. Although, well, until the murders occurred, I just sort of brushed it off. Cool.
Apparently, this judge doesn't understand the concept of staying calm. Restroom window, huh? See the men's bathroom window. I wonder if you can really see the men's bathroom window from that one there. You can. I'm looking at it right now. I demand that you show me this view at once! I suspect that her height is what's limiting her ability to see. That's probably all I'm going to find out from his honor. Busy bee! Seeing the men's bathroom during Pride? You know it. How are you doing, Busy Bee? I hope you're doing well. Does it give you such squishing of your face? Mr. Edgeworth, may I return to my other duty?
Mr. Edgeworth, may I return to my other duties now?
Yes, I'm sorry to have held you up. Thank you for your cooperation, Your Honor.
Anytime, Mr. Edgeworth, anytime.
Just cleaning after dinner. I really want to actually cook something. Did you see that, Zach? Stop it. Quit it. The judges in this country seem rather friendly. Yes, it's not a little wishy-washy. However, I hear that they are known to hand down very fair verdicts. Detective Bad, I have something I wish to inquire about. Hey, how about doing some actual work, you? I wish to inquire into Detective Gumshoe's movements during the recess.
You're getting in the way of the investigation.
I have an order from Mr. Von Palmer himself. Plus, I still hold investigative authority. So I hear you were the one who called for Detective Gumshoe to come down here.
Party. That guy was just accused, you know. I just knew something was gonna happen. My detective's instinct told me.
I thought good it did you. You couldn't even protect one lone prosecutor with.
Hold it!
Francesca, I think you need to apologize. I'm sorry. Terribly sorry, Detective Bad. Please continue.
I used the phone on the first floor and called the precinct.
I told them to send somebody over. And that detective's is the one that showed up. And only upon his arrival did you set Detective Gumshoe to stand guard, Detective Bad? Yeah, I waited for him on the first floor. After he got here, we came up to these defendant lobbies together. As we entered this hallway, we ran into you. She told us that Faraday was really mad, and that he dragged Rail off to lobby number 2 to have a word or something. And that Faraday had said to not let anyone interrupt him. So what choice did I have? All I could do was tell the big lug to stand guard outside. And around what time did all that take place? Let's see, I think it was about 30 minutes before I heard the gunshot. After giving the big lug his assignment, he never left the hallway, not once. Oh, and how can you make sure of such a claim? One of the guards out on this floor's main lobby swore to me he didn't. If the detective never left the hallway, then where did he disappear off to? That's simple. He must have gone to lobby number 2, just as I suspected. You and we were in lobby number 1 next door. The only one without an alibi is Gumshoe. It would seem that I'm still missing some key pieces of information. Detective Bad, you also heard the gunshot, did you not? Yeah. I heard it when I was in defendant lobby number 1. That's why I came running towards lobby number 2 together with you. How much time elapsed between you hearing the gunshot and your arrival on the scene? Less than a minute. What were your movements upon hearing the gunshots? I grabbed the big lug, who was just walking around in the hall, and raced into lobby number 2. And that's when we discovered the bodies, in that order. That makes you the discoverer of the crime scene, right? Yeah, I guess it does, little miss. I'm about to become a prosecutor very soon. You will treat me with the dignity I deserve, or else... Wave that thing around anymore. Then I'll have you arrested for obstruction, little miss. You wouldn't dare! I love how he just literally sidesteps. Just joking. Detective Bad is really something if he can make Francesca behave. Are we about done? Is there anything else I should ask him about? Tell me you heard the gunshot. I'd like for you to tell me the exact time you heard the gunshot. It was around the end of the recess, and the trial was about to start, I think. He was supposed to make time for himself to transfer the evidence he was holding. But I got the sense he wasn't gonna show for the handcuff. So I figured I should go get him, or he'd be late. And just as I thought that, bang, the sound of a gunshot hit my eardrums. We heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to restart. Are we done here? I don't have any time for this. Oh, come on. All you're doing is standing in front of this door doing nothing. I get the sense he is somewhat investigating this crime scene. Rather, that he is keeping us under surveillance. But to what end? Detective Bad, may I ask you to cooperate with us for just a bit longer? I don't have anything else to say. Two of you. You guys were the ones who said you wanted to investigate in the first place. Fine then. Be obstinate. We'll just do as we please. Come on, Miles. You may no longer be willing to help us, however, I ask you for forensic scientist cooperation. Do as you like. I believe I now have a very firm grasp on what happened here. Well, I do too. Alright, Francesca, would you care to share your conclusions you've come to? Why should I do that? We're still in the middle of a competition, you know. You should be checking to see if your conclusions are wrong first, so you go ahead. It's almost cute that she's going this far to ensure that she wins. Almost. Very well, but first we need to pay His Honor a visit to correct his testimony. Your Honor, if I may, I'd like to test your witness testimony to see how it stands up.
Do you doubt me? I am your new suspect. Am I your new suspect?
In a sense, I suppose you could say that. Even you, a judge, are nothing but a common witness before Von Karma.
Silence in the courtroom, silence, I say! Mr. New Prosecutor recommended by man and mischievous successor to...
You bit your tongue again, didn't you?
As a defender of the law, I could never give false testimony. You could even place me under oath if you want.
Very well then, your testimony if you please.
During the recess, I went to the restroom.
There's a window on the hallway. There's a window on the hallway side. In other words, I could see into the hallway. As I entered, I saw the detective buying something from the vending machines. But when I was about to exit the restroom, he had completely disappeared.
A detective that goes missing while on duty, that sounds mighty suspicious to me.
Your Honor, can you please try to remain calm?
Oh. I'm so used to simply listening to testimonies that I got caught up in the excitement.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to spoil fun now. Left in the hallway bench, Doug apparently sat here as he ate a Swiss roll. So basically, it's not that he disappeared, he just literally sat down and couldn't be seen. I actually want to press through him and see all of his dumb conversational.
Hold it!
Your Honor, why exactly did you pay a visit to the restroom, if I may ask?
Well, is it obvious? What else do you do when you go to the restroom for? Well, maybe I knew it. You suspect me of some sort of tomfoolery, don't you?
Please stay calm, Your Honor. It's going to be much harder than I anticipated.
I'm sorry. You're right. I need to think things through with a level head. I am just nervous because so much has happened today with this trial. Let's see, I announced a recess and a time for us to reconvene. But having done all that, I still wasn't able to go to the restroom right away.
And why couldn't you?
Mr. Vardy had been accused, so I had paperwork to process regarding a new prosecutor. Once I had finished that, I was finally able to make a mad dash to the restroom.
At least he stayed consistent on the going to the restroom part of his testimony. There's a window in the hall somewhere. In other words, I could see into the hallway.
Hold it!
Your Honor, did you really go to the men's restroom?
What is the meaning of that statement?
I simply meant that perhaps you went to a restroom on a different floor.
I had to go for such a long time. It was all I could do to dash to the closest one to the courtroom.
I suppose that's only natural given his circumstances.
And from the courtroom, through the floor's main lobby, and down the hallway. Once you enter, you can see there's a window just above the urinals. It was through that window that you witnessed Detective Gumshoe, Your Honor.
Yes, exactly! Your Honor, there's no need to yell. I can hear you just fine. Oh, I guess I put a little too much into that last answer. Now then, let's continue with this testimony. As I entered, I saw the detective buying something for the vending machine.
Hold it!
Are you sure that the person you witnessed was Detective Gumshoe, Your Honor? Yes, I'm absolutely sure. It's hard to miss someone of his stature, even from far away as the restroom. I know I couldn't mistake Detective Gumshoe. Besides, I can't think of anyone else with that kind of hairstyle and big beige coat. Well, I was simply wondering if you were mistaken in what you saw. Preposterous! My eyes are sharp as can be, ready to see through lies to the truth. Although recently things do seem to be a bit fuzzier than they used to be. I see Thorn is playing some VR chat. Clearly his eyes are not the only things that have gone fuzzy. But allow me to say, with all the honor and dignity of a judge, I am not mistaken in what I saw. But when I was about to exit the restroom, he had completely disappeared.
Hold it!
He disappeared, but Your Honor, didn't you just say, I saw the detective buying something from the vending machines? Why, yes, I did. The restroom window looks over the courtyard and right into the hallway. But just as I was about to exit, I took another look and there was no one in sight. That led me to the only solution to this mystery. The detective must have gone to the crime scene, lobby number 2 at that point. So he looked into the hallway from the restroom and over the courtyard, did he? Detective goes missing while on duty. That might sound mighty suspicious to me.
Hold it!
Your Honor, I ask that you please remain calm. No, I am perfectly calm! You're being anything but perfectly calm. Appears that His Honor could not have been mistaken in what he saw. I suppose so, given his line of sight. However, Francesco, why do you suppose our lines of sight are so different? If you're referring to my height... Can't you hold that whip still for just a second? Now, about His Honor's testimony. I believe his line of sight is an important factor. If that's the point, why don't you hurry and tell him already? I will, but there's one thing I need to do if I'm to correct His Honor's testimony. I'm going to need to retrace Detective Gumshoe's movements. I kinda just wanted to have fun with that, but still. He had completely disappeared. I'm hoping it's this.
Objection!
Yep, okay. What was that finger wag for, Mr. Edgeworth? And don't you know it's rude to shout objection while someone is giving testimony? Huh. If you truly are a man of the law, then you must always be vigilant. For example, I never let an opportunity to shout objection pass me by. Well, Edgeworth, it's one thing to be passionate about your job, but this is real life. This is what some people may say is the pot calling the kettle black. Lana, I wonder if you might take a look at this for me. What is that filth? How dare someone dirty the hallway bitch like that? Who was the culprit? The party is hereby found guilty of uncleanliness! If you must know, the uncouth bench Sullier has already been placed under arrest thanks to your earlier testimony, Your Honor. Oh, that's good. But who was it? We were able to discover something from the smudge on the bench. Namely, Detective Gumshoe's fingerprints. Happy with committing just murder, you had to go and dirty the courthouse too! Guilty! Your Honor, please calm down. While it's true that the detective is the one who made the mess on the bench, we have not yet established that this action is related to the double murder. What do you mean? I believe the detective bought a pack of Swiss rolls from the vending machine, and then promptly sat down on the bench to eat one. The cake crumbs and pieces of chocolate on the floor under the bench. And Detective Gumshoe's fingerprints proved my conclusion to be true. Oh, but I still don't understand. Is this whole thing related to how I couldn't see him as I was leaving the restroom? It is indeed. The window in the hallway was built rather high up into the wall, at around a grown adult's chest height. As evidence, I submit that Francesca herself was unable to see out of the window. I knew I shouldn't have used her hide as evidence. Basically, what this means is that the area directly under the window, the hallway window, is a blind spot. It's a blind spot when the hallway is being viewed from the men's restroom. It seems that you have made the connection. If someone were to sit on the bench under the window... Yes, even someone as large as Detective Gumshoe would effectively disappear from sight. What? You finally see, Your Honor. The testimony has just proven that Detective Gumshoe was in the hallway the entire time. Ah, sorry. I didn't mean to say it with that much enthusiasm. All I wanted to do was try saying it once. Yeah, let me try that again. Hold it. Is there something of value you'd like to say? Yes, actually there is. I remember something else just now. Mr. Edgeworth, please allow me to testify to the court one more time. Even if we overruled him, he'd just keep on talking, wouldn't he? That might not be a bad thing. The more info, the better in a perfect investigation, right? Not always, but, you know. I suppose it's possible you can't see a seated person from the restroom window. But that doesn't mean the detective was sitting there when I looked. Anyway, I forgot to testify earlier about probably the most important detail. When I was leaving the restroom, I heard the loud bang of a gunshot. How was that? That is the testimony of one who judges the crimes of others. Your Honor, could you try to state the important facts first next time? I agree, before you go around judging others, you should learn to judge your own words. I'm sorry, but honestly, I thought that sound was just a noise, Papa, until just now. Now that he mentions it, right before we restarted the trial, he did talk about that. By the way, was there someone celebrating a birthday during the recess? I could have sworn that I heard a papa going off. Come to think of it, the other day with my grandson. The most critical point in this argument is when did the judge look into the hallway? And whether that lines up with when the gun was actually fired. Your Honor, if I may, I'd like to clarify a few details in your testimony.
Hold it!
In that case, you can see that you were overconfident in your last testimony. No, hold on though. I just said that there was a possibility that you can't see a seated person from the restroom this time. But you know something? I don't think you know when the prints you referenced were left on the bench, do you? Well, you have proven that it's possible the detective was sitting. I still have a problem with just when those fingerprints were left. That's right. I have yet to prove when the fingerprints were left on that bench. While he feigns ignorance, His Honor has seen a lot of life. His Honor has seen a lot of life. This judge, I mustn't underestimate him. Does it mean the detective was sitting there when I
Hold
it! As we established, you went to the restroom during the recess. However, at what point in the recess did you look into that hallway? After I called for recess, I handed the change of prosecutor's paperwork. Maybe about 20 minutes until we reconvened? Yeah, that sounds about right. Just as I suspected. What are you expecting? And I demand to know what that all-knowing smile is for. Your Honor, that statement you made just now is very important. I'd like you to append it to your testimony. Alright, if you insist. It looked like the hallway about 20 minutes before we needed to reconvene. right before the trial was about to start.
Objection!
Your Honor, I cannot allow you to make an objection. What? Your Honor, I'm really sorry, but I cannot allow you to not allow me to make an objection. Gats, I've been overruled. Your Honor, there are simply too many holes in your testimony for my taste.
What do you mean by that?
Your claim that you heard the gunshot during the recess, but this is simply not possible.
Mr. New Prosecutor recommended by Manfred von...
Biting your tongue, why don't you... I see you have no mercy for the elderly either, Francesca. Don't talk back to me unless you want to be whipped in the back. With your height, you'd need a step ladder or 4 to accomplish that.
Mr. Edgeworth, my ears are not that far gone yet. I'll have you know, I can still hear just fine. I heard the sound of a gunshot loud and clear with my own 2 ears.
Huh. Your Honor, I have here an interesting bit of testimony. It's from Detective Bad, and according to him, he heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to start again.
What did you just say?
Your Honor, you just said that you heard the gunshot about 20 minutes before we were to reconvene. How do you explain this glaring contradiction?
That can't be!
Unfortunately, that is the truth.
I heard it clear as day! Bang! The loud sound of a gunshot!
The sound of the gunshot, we kept returning to this point of contention. And that piece of evidence, I always did wonder why I found it where I did. Now, however, now I understand what the gunshot the judge heard really was. Unfortunately, Your Honor, this is what really produced the gunshot you heard.
Take that!
I found this object in the hallway earlier.
What is that pink substance?
It may not look it, but this is actually a piece of a balloon.
I see.
And I suppose you would like me to accept the big balloon into the court record. I'm sorry. Hearing that little doo-doo just made me giggle. Your Honor, I present this piece of evidence in order to overrule your testimony.
What?
Your Honor, your argument goes as follows. You saw no one in the hallway when you heard the gunshot. Now there is no guarantee that the detective was sitting on the bench at the time. Therefore, I believe he must have been at the crime scene, defendant lobby number 2. Am I correct?
Yes, that's exactly right.
Let me ask you something. Do you think that the gunshot you heard was produced by a real gun? I think I've said enough that even you can figure the rest out on your own. Your Honor, you were fooled by the popping of this balloon into thinking it was a gunshot.
What manner of trickery is this?
It was a good effort you put forth, Miles Edgeworth. But if it was me, I'd have wrapped this thing up before the judge even testified. Care to elaborate on how one ends something before it even begins?
Well, to be honest, I did think that the sound was a bit off from a real gunshot sound. But who could have guessed that someone would pop a balloon in a place like this?
That's true. One doesn't usually think balloons in conjunction with courthouses. I want to trade these coins with you. That's it. That balloon that girl was holding, it explains everything. Your Honor, if it makes you feel any better, you didn't lie once in your testimony. However, I can't really vouch for its accuracy.
No, that giving testimony could be such a difficult thing to do. What have I done? I owe Detective Gumshoe a very, very big apology. I will see to it myself that he is released.
Wait. There are still a few things I have yet to resolve about what happened in the hallway. Your Honor, I request your permission to further question Detective Gumshoe.
But why? I thought we just cleared his name.
Whether we just did or not now, I still cannot say. The only thing I can do for now is to continue in my quest for the perfect explanation. And to that end, I must resolve the remaining issues pertaining to the events that occurred in the hallway. Oh well, Beta, please bring Detective Gumshoe into the courtroom. Fulfill my mission and find the perfect explanation to this case. What is it now? Is it time for my trial already? I've already told you a gazillion times, pal. I didn't do it! I'll be the judge of that, Detective Gumshoe. No, you won't. I'll be the judge of that.
Oh, no, I am the judge around here, and I'll be the judge of that.
Why can't you guys be a little less judgmental?
Yes, well, speaking of hasty judgment, Detective Gumshoe, I'm afraid I must apologize for an errant judgment on my part.
Anna, I don't believe you should apologize just yet. We have yet to prove he is completely innocent of this crime.
I guess so.
What are you guys talking about? In any case, I would like you to testify as to your actions while you were on guard duty. And please remember you are not on trial, this is all just a part of the investigation. As such, you may still be found to be innocent. However, if you should give false testimony...
Yeah!
My whip will object loud and clear. If you are found to be lying, you will be held indefinitely, understood? I got you, pal. Looking back on the state of the crime scene and the judge's testimony, it's obvious that Detective Gumshoe is lying. And if I can't break his lie, then we may never get a break in this case. Came down here to the courthouse on Detective Bad's orders. As soon as I got here, he ordered me to stand guard in front of lobby number 2. From that time on until I heard the gunshot, I was in the hallway the whole time. On my honor as detective, I swear it wasn't me, pal. I'm still singing the same tired tune. In that case, I'll just have to change the melody. I know he's lying, and it's time I pulled the information I need out of him.
Hold it!
So was it really Detective Bad who called you down here? You bet it was, pal! I was left in charge of the precinct while everyone was out, and this call comes in. I want you down here 1 minute flat, he said. Well, I thought this was my big chance, my first case, so I made a mad dash down here. Yeah, although I couldn't exactly get here in a minute flat. Well, how long did it take you? About 10 minutes, I guess. And what about Detective Bad doing... And what was Detective Bad doing when you finally made it? He was waiting for me down on the first floor in the entryway, pal. Ordered me to stand guard in front of the lobby.
Hold it!
And by he, you mean Detective Bad, of course. And this being my first time at this courtroom, he also walked me up to the 3rd floor hallway in front of the defendant's lobbies. And did you meet anyone along the way? Well, just as we entered the hallway, we ran into Miss Yu. When he heard from Miss Yu that Miss Faraday was not to be interrupted, that's when Detective Bad told me to stand guard in the hallway, pal. I thought Detective Gumshoe's testimony is matching up with Detective Bad's. From that time on, until I heard the gunshot, I was in the hallway the whole time.
Hold it!
You claim to have been in the hallway the whole time. However, it is not a fact that you did something... Is it not a fact that you did something while you were in the hallway? Of course I did something. I guarded the door to lobby number 2, pal. What else? Very well then, and what exactly does guarding that door entail? Well, to put it simply... Oh, I know it. It was my job to stand in front of the door without moving an inch. Oh. Detective Gumshoe, you mean to tell me that you didn't take a single step away from the door to lobby number 2? Is that really what you wish to testify to the effect of? You got it, pal! I didn't take a single step away from that door, just like I was ordered not to. Why is everyone so quiet all of a sudden? Because we're all in shock, and in awe of your utter stupidity. Scruffy, if you're going to lie, at least tell us a more believable one. Yeah! But I'm not lying! I should hurry and bring this insipid testimony to a close. And until I heard the gun shop, I didn't take a single step away from the...
Objection!
I have an objection. What is it, pal? Detective Gumshoe, I wonder if you might recognize this from somewhere. Hey, it's one of those things. The courthouse special Swiss rolls, right, pal? Precisely. In that case, I suppose that you also recalled the solid hallway bench. Hey, you know what? I think it was probably me that did that.
Detective Gumshoe, you know you can't go around dirtying up the courthouse like this.
Inconsiderate, slovenly pig. I promise to clean it up later, I swear. Now then, shall we get down to business? About the fact that you didn't move even a single step from the front of that door? If that really were the case, then how were you able to buy a pack of Swiss rolls? Furthermore, if you didn't move a single step from the front of that door, how did you manage to get the bench dirty with your grubby hands?
Yeah!
Here's that Francesca's whip can do more damage than my words alone can. Alright, I confess, pal. I was hungry, so I bought a pack for myself, okay? I thought I'd get chewed out again if anyone found out about me eating on the job. So I didn't want to say anything.
Oh, fortunately for you, I saw you do the whole dastardly deed. I clearly saw you buying a pack of Swiss rolls from the vending machine.
Okay, I'm sorry for lying. But that's all I'm sorry for, you got that? Because I'm not holding anything else back. That last statement, you sound like it makes sense. However, there is something I don't quite believe about. Are you sure you're not withholding further information from us? Of course not! I've got nothing else to hide, pal!
Objection!
Oh, if only that were true, Detective Gumshoe. But it is true, pal! I swear there's nothing else! Detective Gumshoe, I'm sure you are aware of the price of a pack of Swiss rolls, correct? Remind me again, pal? Vending machine out in the hallway. It's selling packs of 2 Swiss rolls for $6 a pack. And yet, according to you, you didn't have any cash on you until you cashed your $5 annual bonus check. Isn't that right? Let me ask you then, how did you manage to purchase a pack all by yourself? Can you provide me with a proper explanation to this? Yeah, I told you I bought it by myself, pal! There wasn't anyone else in that hallway with me! So there's no one who could have helped me buy it! Wait, don't tell me! You got some kind of proof that there was someone else in the hallway, don't you? Correct. As if you could. I mean, what are the chances of that? Wait, you do. Of course I do. It should be the balloon that is the proof in this case. I'll save just in case. What? How? What proof do I have that there must have been someone else in that hallway?
Take that!
What is that? Even I knew you didn't really have anything. Oh, come on. Prosecutors are all the same, always lying to people. You should stop, you know. Oh, come on. The balloon is good evidence, come on. Why wouldn't that be proof? Do I have there must have been someone else there in the hallway? Oh wait, right, this was dropped by the young girl.
Take that!
Hey, you showed that to me not 2 seconds ago, pal! I think you're under the mistaken impression that I bought this pack of rolls. Wait, if you didn't buy it, then that means you must have stole it, you thief! I would never do such a thing! Oh, you liars are the same. You started out as thieves. You're all under arrest, pal. I believe you meant to assert that all thieves start out as liars. And in that case, what does that say about you, detective? This particular Swiss roll is dropped by a certain someone. Oh. There were 2 rolls in this pack. You ate one of them. But you then gave the other one to a certain other person, didn't you? No way, pal, you got it all wrong. I ate both of them. It would appear that we caught you at last. Hey, don't you dare do anything bad to that girl! It would appear that they do know each other after all. So why do you continue to come up at me and kick me? Have I wronged you somehow? I have a name, it's Kay! Kay what? Kay Faraday! Faraday? Are you perhaps Mr. Faraday's daughter? I'm not a you, I'm Kay! Kay, you know, good little girls don't kick other people. Especially not hard enough to leave big nasty bruises like the way you do. Well, then you should have put a gummy under... Then you shouldn't have put Gummy under arrest, mister! Gummy? Gummy? My guess is that she's talking about Detective Gumshoe. What a cute nickname you've given him. Gummy didn't do anything wrong! Okay. It appears that I will need to speak with her in a bit more detail. Rawr! It seems that you've caught you red-handed eating a Swiss roll. Look, I'm sorry about lying to you, pal. And you have nothing else to say? Sure do. It was so fluffy and sweet and big. And it was perfection, pal. And totally worth every penny of my bonus. I see. Well, good for you, detective. Can't believe it, but it was almost funny when a fool is this unbelievably foolish. Oh dear. What is the matter, Your Honor? I claim to hand down fair verdicts, but I unfairly cast suspicion on that big fella. If this had been a trial just now, I would have destroyed his life. I am the guilty one. We all make mistakes, Your Honor. To err is human, to forgive divine, as they say. Although, if you were to make a mistake during a trial, then it would be quite unforgivable. Now then, Kay. She's like a stray cat. I wonder if I should feed her. Feed her something? Here you go.
Take that!
Okay, I promise to give this to you if you calm down. Oh, a Swiss roll! It really belongs to you though, doesn't it? Yeah, I was saving it for Daddy. Well, your dad's dead, so...
Oh, bye.
Your father, he's...
Don't you say another word, pal. She doesn't know yet.
Thanks for watching out for me, Gummy. But I already know about Daddy. I overheard the guards talking. Nothing gonna bolt. Stop it. About how Daddy, he's not here anymore. I'm sorry I couldn't protect him. Okay. I'm not gonna cry. I'm not gonna... cry! It's alright. Let it all out. Your father just passed away after all. I myself was also involved in the case at this... Will you shut up about the fact that your dad died? We already have a massive case that we have to cover about how the fact that Manfred was a fucking bastard. We always have to keep talking about a case in which my father, who was a defense attorney, passed away. All of my dreams of becoming a lawyer were crushed into fine ash on that nightmarish day. Even now, the wound festers deep in the depths of my soul. I get it, Edgeworth, you're a fucking orphan. Get over it. Ever since that incident, I've dedicated myself to locking away every criminal I can. And now, to have this happen right in front of me. This child, I feel a certain shared fate, a common bond between us. How's Edgeworth? What sort of gentleman are you? Are you going to stand there and watch a lady cry? Ah, you're right. Sorry about that. Okay. Here, how about we use this handkerchief here and dry your little eyes? No! Not there! My cravat! Don't blow your nose on that! I feel better now, thanks. Arrest him! I'm sorry, arrest her! Okay, are you going to be alright? Yep, I'm already alright. Somehow, I highly doubt that, but I'm not going to push it. I promised Daddy I'd never cry in front of strangers. And you're a good kid, aren't you, Kay? You always keep your promises, right? That's right. Even if I can't see Daddy anymore, I'm still going to keep all my promises. You're a very brave girl, Kay. You're a very good child for keeping the promises you made to your papa. I'll even testify that you didn't cry just for you. Thank you very much, lady. It's nothing. I'm only telling the truth after all. It would appear that because her father was a respected prosecutor, Francesca is sympathetic to Kay's feelings. Kay, what kind of person was your father? Daddy was a hero of justice. His job was to catch all the bad people in the world. So, to you, a prosecutor is a hero of justice, huh? I suppose we are in a sense, and we are the ones who seek guilty verdicts for criminals. Plus, you know what? Whenever I came to the courthouse, Daddy would buy me my absolute favorite treat, Swiss rolls. Oh, I want to be a hero of justice someday, just like Daddy. So I've been working really hard. I see. And what have you been working hard on? I've been working hard to keep all the promises Daddy and I made together. On this notebook, may I take a look inside, Kay? Sure, okay. It used to be an exchange diary of sorts between father and daughter. Mr. Varday's writing conveys a sense of the kind of man he was. This little notebook just might come in handy later. Thank you for showing it to me, Kay. I hope you'll continue to work hard and become a hero just like your father. I'm gonna try! Okay, so I'm a detective that catches the bad people, right? That makes me a hero too. Yeah, you're really cool too, Gummy. Yeah, aren't I, Kay? Who's with the two of them? I hand out verdicts of justice, so that makes me a hero too. Yes, and thanks to your oh-so-heroic testimony, you almost painted the detective as a vile criminal and sent him off to jail.
I'm really sorry about that.
Gummy is not a bad man, okay? That poor judge, he's being treated like a vile criminal rather than a hero of justice. It appears that you and Detective Gumshoe are good friends, Kay. Yeah, we're friends. In that case, would you mind telling me a little more about him? So I take it that you ran into Detective Gumshoe earlier. Yep. I was on my way to see Danny when I saw Gummy standing there. Dumb and Dumber with a Judge Gumshoe. I love it too. He was standing in the hallway staring really hard at the vending machine, so I said hi. And when was this? Before everything got crazy? How long were the two of you together? We only really talked for a little while. And then we went on our own ways. That's right, pal. Kay and I only talked for a little while, and that's it. Oh, which means we have now confirmed that Kay was in the hallway during the recess, isn't that right? You got me! I told you to stop picking on Gummy, mister! Very well done. I'll just have to speak with the good detective in private later. Were you the one who bought this pack of Swiss rolls, Kay? Well... I didn't really have a lot of money. And I somehow made $1 out of all the pennies and quarters I had. But that still wasn't enough, and I really, really wanted one. Come to think of it, she did come to ask me to exchange a handful of change for $1. And that's when you came and asked me for change for your money, correct? Yeah, thanks a bunch for doing that, mister. Sure. But let me ask you, even with that $1, you still didn't have enough, correct? Well, that's why... Hey, if you bully Kay anymore, I'm gonna have to arrest you, pal. Need I remind you that you're the one already under arrest? Yeah. I sense that Kay is going to be less than forthcoming about this question. Sorry about your ruffly thingy. Yes, well, now that it's possibly drenched in your nasal mucus. Okay, I have a spare. So here, you can have this one. Your cravat comes off. But Daddy said, never take things from a stranger. And it's one of the promises you made in your promise notebook, correct? Yeah, look, see, it's right here on this page. Never take things from a stranger. Never go anywhere with a stranger. Alright then, I'm not giving this to you. I'm merely allowing you to borrow it. You can take it home, wash it nice and clean, and then give it back to me next time we meet. Okay, Daddy never said I couldn't borrow things from strangers. Oh, then Detective Gumshoe. Uh-oh. I believe it is now crystal clear that you were with little Kay in that hallway. Ooh. I told you to stop being mean to Gummy! So Miles Edgeworth, there is still something you have yet to resolve. I beg your pardon. You still have yet offered an explanation for why that man would lie to us. That's, well... Gummy, don't tell me you lied for my sake. Hey, don't worry about it, Kay. Everything's gonna be okay. Oh, so that's why. So, what was Detective Gumshoe's motive for lying? If you can't explain that, then you can't call this a perfect investigation. His reason for lying is very simple. What? Here's why I believe his reason to lie. From simple observation of the detective's actions and his interactions with Kay, it's obvious that the detective was lying for this young girl's sake. And this piece of evidence will show exactly why. Which piece of evidence proves that Detective Gumshoe was lying on account of Kay? Always greet people with a smile, even with people you don't know. Never cry in front of strangers. Always try your hardest to learn about things you don't understand. Daddy's job is to make sure that everyone follows the rules. Okay, be a good girl and promise that you'll keep your promises to me, okay? Which piece of evidence proves that Detective Gumshoe was lying on account of Kay?
Take that!
This is that piece of evidence. What are you showing me that for? It doesn't seem to hold anything to this conversation. Why was he lying? Is it just literally the Swiss rolls again? Was lying on account of Kay.
Take that!
I'm confused. Like, what is he lying about? Is it his check? Oh, wait! Right. Is it because of them? Is it because she stole money from him?
Take that!
This is the piece of what are you showing me that for? It doesn't seem added to this conversation. I don't get what you're trying to say with that, or do you just like showing it off? Okay. Okay. I am confused. Why is he lying? Detective Gumshoe was lying on the count of K.
Take that!
Just that. Mr. Faraday in K's promise notebook. How does this explain? If you can take a look at this page, it clearly written that K should never take things from a stranger. Oh, okay. When Detective Gumshoe heard about the promises, he tried to cover for K. Foolish. What a foolishly foolish fool's fool of a foolish reason for a fool! Yeah! Gummy, you lied because of me, didn't you? Because I'm your friend, Kay, that's why. Gummy. At long last, Detective Gumshoe, could you please tell me the whole truth now? Guess there's no beating around? I guess there's no beating you, huh, pal? Okay, I'll spill the goods. I've been standing guard for a while. I was getting really hungry and that snack vending machine was taunting me. But all the cash you had on you was $5. That was enough to buy anything, right? After all, the cheapest item in that machine is a $6 pack of Swiss rolls. His back is just so fucking wide. I love Gumshoe. Yeah, but then like an angel from heaven, Kay showed up. I was thinking about sharing a snack with Daddy. So I wanted to buy a Swiss roll, but I only had $1 in coins. So we pulled my $5 and her $1 together, and bought a pack of Swiss rolls together. But I was worried about breaking one of my promises. So the gummy said, "Mr. Faraday's one scary guy when he gets mad. But don't worry, you won't get in trouble if I don't tell, right? Besides, you bought it with me. So you didn't really get it from me, you know." He told me it'd be okay. And he gave me a whole roll to save and give to you and give to Daddy. Who knew that Scruffy could be so considerate? Indeed. Detective, I take it that you sat down on the bench and ate the rolls together. Yeah, we split the other roll and ate it right then. The sweet taste of that cake's chocolate. I'll never forget it for as long as I live, pal. Anyway. Hey, I believe this also belongs to you. Oh, that's from the balloon I popped. Bad manners to leave garbage lying around, Kay. Sorry. I guess I can't blame you for not throwing this one piece away. It was sitting high on the windowsill where you couldn't see it. So just this once, I forgive you. But that balloon, I wanted to surprise Gummy a little, so I popped it on purpose. And because of me, Gummy dropped his half of the Swiss roll. Wow, you really got me there, pal. So I thought maybe I should give Gummy this other roll. And then I saw you picking on Gummy, mister. So you kicked me, is that it? You sure are a feisty one. I'm really sorry, mister. It's alright, I'm perfectly unharmed. But about the Swiss roll, would it be alright with you if I held on to it until Detective Gumshoe is cleared of all charges and free to go? Yeah, sure! Just make sure you give it to Gummy afterwards, okay? Of course, I promise. Now then, I believe we have proved beyond the shadow of a doubt that Detective Gumshoe was in the hallway for the entire duration of his duty. Which undeniably proves that Detective Gumshoe could not have committed the double murders.
Objection!
Actually, it proves just the opposite, Edgeworth. You've just shown that Detective Gumshoe is the only one who could have committed the crime. What do you mean? It's quite rude to eavesdrop, Miss Yu. I'm getting lectured on manners by a girl with a perchance for whipping people. How dare you talk back with such insolence? You're wrong, Lady. Gummy's not the bad guy. Oh, and what have we here? What's a child doing in the courthouse? Bailiff, please take this child away. Miss Callisto, you. That girl is Miss Faraday's. I know, so what? You think that just because she's the victim's daughter, she gets to just run wild around the crime scene? I think it's actually quite dangerous for her, to speak nothing of getting underfoot. I suppose you're right. However, as long as we're in agreement on that point, let's get back to the real issue at hand. Now then, Detective, you were in front of the door to lobby number 2 the entire time, correct? Yeah, but... You see, isn't it obvious that it could only be the detective? He is the only person who could have gone into lobby number 2 at the time of the murders. I have no counter-argument to that. Don't worry, I've already put in the necessary paperwork for his formal arrest. The investigation is far from over. Oh, that's right. I was going to speak with you about that. Don't you think it's reckless to talk to the suspect out in the open without a guard? Suppose it is. Well, as someone with more experience in law than you, allow me to share something. Always keep a good eye on a criminal, or you may regret what comes to your negligence. Miles, I can't believe you're letting this woman lecture you like this. This is unforgivable as a disciple of Ankama. Down, Tigress. Now then, I'll be looking forward to the results of your investigation. So, we're back to square one. Actually, this is our last chance. I can't tell if we fail. I can tell that if we fail to solve this case, Detective Gumshoe will be formally charged under all the circumstantial evidence. This investigation is not over yet. There's still one location we've yet to inspect. It's where Detective Bad and Miss Yu were at the time of the crime, lobby number 1. Actually, this is a great stopping point. This is a wonderful stopping point. Perfect, even, for me to pick up tomorrow. Alright, I can close this out now. Yay! Yay! Okay. Play a little bit of relaxing music. And then, let's find out who I'm probably already knowing to raid into, maybe, perhaps. Fun. Okay. Hold on. I need to raid into them because it's both Spacey and Labby. How can I say no to both of them? Also, I just like raiding into Spacey. Spacey's a lot of fun. It's Panda Comp time. Yes, there's my Blue Sky on YouTube for anybody that wants to join. I also have a Discord. Just ask for a link and then I can give you a nice link. Like, I can give you a link to my Discord. It's pretty quiet, but it's where I always post. Thank you all so much for being here. I'll definitely be trying to finish this up tomorrow. I'm probably gonna make a quick snack and just be all lazy today. Probably play more Gothic. I love you all. Have a good rest of your night. Goodbye, everybody.